Good evening. This is Mayor Stewart, and I'm calling the City Council meeting to order. As always, we are following COVID protocols. If you would like to have a mask and don't have one, we do have some outside in the lobby. Unfortunately, I have some terrible news to share. At approximately 3:17 today, there was a media released from the SLO PD, where the SLO PD and the city's mobile crisis unit responded to an incident in San Luis Obispo this morning. Tragically, a community member has died by suicide. We will not be releasing more details at this time to protect the privacy of the individual and their family. If you or someone you know is in an immediate emergency, please call 911. And if you are in crisis or experiencing difficult or suicidal thoughts, we do have the Central Coast Hotline. That number is 800-783-0607, or the National Suicide Hotline at 988. If you know anyone that needs that, please do share it. And at this point, we'll move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance and with council remarks. Thank you. And City Attorney, will you report out on the closed session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet on one matter regarding real property negotiations for the property and with the agency negotiators as noted on the agenda, and there was no reportable action taken on that matter. Direction was provided as to price and terms.
Thank you. Well, we have some exciting proclamations today and recognitions today. As usual, when we do the proclamation, I'll read it up here, and then we'll give you 3 minutes to chat at the podium and tell us all about what you're sharing. So first is National Apprenticeship Week. So whereas the Workforce Development Board of San Luis Obispo County, the San Luis Obispo County Office of Education, and construction trade unions in San Luis Obispo County, including the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 639 and Pipes Trades UA Local 403, have partnered to expand apprenticeships opportunities and head of household jobs in the construction trades in San Luis Obispo County. And whereas the City of San Luis Obispo recognizes that robust apprenticeship programs provide tangible value to both job creators and apprentices, with the potential to increase productivity, improve diversity and inclusion, and reduce recruitment and training costs while providing a pathway to prosperous careers for job seekers. Whereas National Apprenticeship Week, which is celebrating its 8th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role apprenticeships provide in creating a qualified and highly skilled workforce in the building and construction trades in the county of San Luis Obispo across the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, recognize National Apprenticeship Week from November 14th to 20th, 2022 in the City of San Luis Obispo. And I'd like to welcome up David Baldwin, the Program Director, SLO County Workforce Development Board, and his guests.
Is that better? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, council members. My name is Diana Marin, and I'm here on behalf of the Workforce Development Board to thank you for declaring this proclamation today. The Workforce Development Board of San Luis Obispo County strongly supports the apprenticeship model. There are countless benefits, as you mentioned, to this model, such as reductions in rates of turnover, improved morale, ease in succession planning, and creation of a more diverse workforce. In a higher cost of living area like ours, the earn and learn model is very attractive and realistically attainable for our local workforce. Apprenticeships are also beneficial for employers as they can be tailored to meet the specific demands of any given industry or occupation, ensuring that local businesses get the qualified talent that they need, the accessibility to livable wage jobs, and a pipeline for qualified talent are another reason why the Workforce Development Board supports this model. And therefore, the board feels that the programs that are run through the union trades and those that are run through the County Office of Education and SLO Partners are the right way to go for a community like ours. I'd also like to take this moment to invite you this Friday, the 18th, to an event that's being held at the IBEW Union Hall located at 6363 Edna Road. The event will take place from noon to 3 p.m., where you can view live demonstrations that will be held by the different crafts. And you can hear from current apprentices speak about their specific craft. So please join us, council members and members of the public, this Friday at the IBEW Union Hall here in SLO. If you would like to register for this event, you can do so at sloworkforce.com. The link to the registration is there. So thank you once again for declaring this proclamation. We greatly appreciate this.
Yeah, and I'm David Baldwin. I'm the business manager for Plumbers and Seam Fitters, Local 403 in San Luis Obispo County. And I also want to thank the city and thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the council for seeing fit to make this proclamation. What we're trying to do in the trades is so important to the overall health of communities like San Luis Obispo and the county as a whole, as far as creating these pathways to these careers in the skilled trades. And the city of San Luis Obispo in particular, and I want to point this out, the proclamation covered a lot, and so did Diana's, but I want to make one point that I hope the folks listening and the council will take to heart tonight, and that is that a few years ago I came here and asked the city of San Luis Obispo to enter into a community workforce agreement for the work at the wharf. And that work has been ongoing under an agreement that all of you and your predecessors saw fit to enter into. That agreement has created dozens of opportunities for local apprentices, just like we're talking about in this proclamation. That's the way it's done. You did it, and thank you for doing that. And it's put a whole bunch of people on a career pathway to a job with middle income wages and with benefits like health care and retirement for themselves and their family, and you should be proud of that. And thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed council. My name is Joshua Madrano, and I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council, and we represent the skilled and trade labor of San Luis Obispo County. And we are here in solidarity with local UA 403 and the IBEW 639, as well as all of you here in the Workforce Development Board that have the fortitude of representing this community for a brighter future, because apprenticeships don't offer a job, they offer a career. And the IBEW and the UA, as well as other trades up here, such as the operating engineers, the sheet metal workers, have all done their best to try to pave that way. But without your support, nothing can ever get accomplished. So we appreciate all of you up here who are setting an example for other councils across the county who understand what it means to not only give a leg or hand up, you're actually giving a future. So we appreciate that, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. And much congratulations to the trades represented here today.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Native American Heritage Month. And whereas in 1990, Congress passed into law a resolution designating the month of November as the first National Native American Heritage Month. The Native American Heritage Month, the city of San Luis Obispo honors and celebrates the perseverance, rich diversity, and excellence of Native and Indigenous people within our community and across the nation. To honor and celebrate, we first must recognize that Native and Indigenous peoples were the original inhabitants of the land that now constitute the United States, and that this country was founded on a painful history in which Native and Indigenous people were colonized and oppressed by federal policies of assimilation and discrimination. And whereas, though the past cannot and should not be ignored, the City of San Luis Obispo recommits to eliminating systemic racism and discrimination against all Indigenous peoples and to promote practices and policies that honor the city's Indigenous roots, history, and contributions past and present. City Hall resides on the ancestral homelands of the Yaktichu Tichu Yaktahini Northern Chumash tribe, and the City of San Luis Obispo recognizes the incredible diversity across the Indigenous communities for whom San Luis Obispo County is home. And now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaim the recognition of November as Native American Heritage Month and urge all community members this month and every month to join me in honoring our Native and Indigenous community and their beautiful and paramount contributions to our city and throughout the Central Coast. And will Mona Olivas Tucker join me at the podium? And guests.
Hachumisa Saksi. Hello, my friends, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and to the community of San Luis Obispo. This is an important proclamation. Thank you. I'm here as the tribal chair of Yaktichu Tichu Yaktahini, and along with me is my cousin Scott Lathrop, who is the CEO of our nonprofit, and two representatives from Cal Poly. I represent numerous families whose ancestry is documented directly to the place where we're standing right now, and to many villages throughout San Luis Obispo County and region. And many of us have never lived anywhere else. The history of our tribe is the deepest and oldest history in this area. We've lived here for thousands of years, long before European colonization. We continue to live here today and will be here forever. So this place looms large in our history, and it will always be important to us, to our culture, and in our hearts. That history also includes mistreatment of tribal people by those in power. So it is good for us to reach a place where the city is officially honoring Native and Indigenous people by Native American Heritage Month. Native and Indigenous Heritage Month, excuse me. This speaks of your recognition of the people who have been here for thousands of years and demonstrates your consideration of Indigenous people everywhere. So once again, I'd like to say thank you for this proclamation. Ki'ishchu mishchu misa saksi. We have faith in you always. And I believe the ladies from Cal Poly would like to speak also.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you. This proclamation means a lot, not only for the community, but also for the members of Cal Poly, the Native American Indigenous Cultural Center on campus. This is just a welcoming proclamation for all students that enter our campus. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'll have the city manager share the next two recognitions.
Great, thanks, Madam Mayor and members of the council. One of the privileges that I have as your city manager is I have the ability to work with an amazing staff, and part of that staff is the leadership team. And tonight, we're going to recognize two, tireless public servants who have worked on behalf of the city of San Luis Obispo. They have distinguished careers. They've served us in many different ways. And tonight's proclamations that are signed by both myself and the mayor are really just a small reflection of their contributions that they've made over the decades of their service. So first, I'd ask Chief Agson to join me up here, and I'm gonna walk through some of the recitals and probably embarrass him just a little bit. And I'm really excited to see all of our public safety friends that are here tonight. Chief Agson was one of my first appointments that I was able to make when becoming city manager. And tonight, as part of the proclamation, I'll read just some of the small contributions that he's made. So, expressing our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Fire Chief Agson. Chief Agson will retire from fire service on December 5th after a 34-year career in fire service, working in the communities of Atascadero, Templeton, and Paso Robles. Throughout his career, he has displayed through performance and duties the highest standards of personal ethics, professional competency, and dedication. He's a dedicated public servant and inspiring to our whole team. We're grateful for his service in our region, where he has tirelessly worked towards advancing public safety in the communities of Paso, Templeton, Atascadero, and we were fortunate to have him serve and complete his fire service here in San Luis Obispo. He has selfishly embraced and engaged the community with genuine care and concern. And I know that because I get emails at 3, 4, 5 a.m. from him about things that he's thinking about. And he's thinking about the security of us all. He's brought leadership and foresight into the future through the service delivery and has been nothing short of remarkable. He leaves a legacy with the city that is better for his service and his efforts. Chief Agson was extremely prepared when the pandemic hit us, and I can't tell you how much I relied on his guidance. From day one, helping to put together our incident action plans, to teaching an entire organization on how to run what was our daily calls that we had of our emergency operations center, and how to liaison appropriately with our state and our county partners. His leadership was, I think, one of the ways that we're able to navigate through that crisis in such the way that we did. He leaves a leadership team prepared to handle any emergency that is thrown our way. Many of you know he was instrumental in bringing over 75 people back to Emmitsburg, Maryland, where we participated in a week-long training. Throughout his career, he's had a distinguished service. He is a true servant leader. He leaves a lasting legacy. Some of the accomplishments that I want to talk about just in the department is that he's advanced training capabilities for the department, piloting the mobile crisis unit, which is having an impact already, and which I think people and organizations in our region are already attracted to. He's analyzed key equipment and apparatus to protect and serve San Luis Obispo. He's advanced training capabilities. And above all, he's set some high expectations for service and response time. So, as we leave, as Chief Agson leaves us, we hope that he will most likely be stopping, dropping, and rolling long in his retirement years. And we hope the best for him and his family. So, from the mayor and the city manager, we want to make sure that you understand the appreciation and gratitude on behalf of the entire city of San Luis Obispo for all of your service. And we hope for your continued success and long future and joyful endeavors.
Yeah, thank you so much. So this afternoon, I threw a few things together. First, Madam Mayor and City Council, I cannot thank you enough for all the support you've given our organization, the fire department, the direction, and really the funding for us to be able to do our job. It's been amazing, and it's really made the difference in my last, 4 years, 1 month. I'm count my interim time as fire chief. For City Manager Johnson, I cannot thank you enough for entrusting in me and giving me this opportunity. I would never, if you would have told me 10 years ago I was going to be the fire chief of San Luis Obispo, I would have bet a year's worth of paychecks. That's never going to happen. I thought I'd never leave the North County, and it's the best decision I ever made, and it's been one of the greatest opportunities, and I cannot thank you enough for the opportunity and the friendship. For the department head team, we have an amazing team here. I've never worked with a group of professionals that are so thoughtful and caring in every decision that's made. There's so much thought and half the time I feel like I'm just a passenger, just watching everything go by. We have an amazing group here, and the city managers put together a great team. For our fire department team, the men and women in this fire department, they really care about our community. I cannot thank them enough for holding me up and helping guide me and guide our organization to where we're at now. And we've been through some tough times. COVID was a tough time. But if I think about all the programs, all of the service in the community, the improvement of service to the community that we've been able to establish, you know, again, through the support of the city council and the city manager, it has been just exceptional. I'm super proud of the organization and everything that they've done, and I know they're going to continue to provide an exceptional service. I especially want to thank the Deputy Fire Chief Sammy Fox, Battalion Chief Ray Hayes, Shane Scove, John McDonald, kind of my tight leadership team on the operational side. They do an amazing job managing the day-to-day activities. I live in Templeton, and so when something happens, that's a 20-minute ride as fast as I can drive to get back down here. But I know I have that, I feel that security, that they're making the right decisions for the right reasons. Fire Marshal Maggio does an exceptional job in his role, both the community development chief building official as well as the fire marshal. James Blattler, our PIO, our emergency manager, our do everything guy has been exceptional. He's not able to make it tonight because he's up in Sacramento attending emergency management training. I expect nothing less from him. And all of the staff that sits behind me, from our training folks, our operational staff, they really care and they do a great job, and we're just continuing to get better, and that's what's exciting about it. I also want to thank there's a couple of county chiefs here that showed up. I didn't know we were going to be here. I was going to completely exclude them, but every one of them has been able to help guide me, and those are the ones that, you know, it's lonely at the top, as you know, it's lonely at the top, and so having the ability to pick up the phone and call and go, hey, what do you think, is really amazing, and for them to be able to do the same. These are friendships that will be for a lifetime for me. My wife, 100% of the time, my best supporter, my counselor, and the person that I tell every night, I'll be home in 30 minutes, which means an hour and 30 minutes, because I always seem to get sidetracked, and I always get that text, where are you? She's been amazing. And my mother and my mother-in-law, we've accomplished a lot. I'm super proud of the organization. I'm super proud of where we're going. Chief Tuggle is going to do an amazing job. I have a ton of faith in him. At some point, earlier in my career, I tried to bring him in as my deputy chief, but he didn't want to work with me, but he definitely will take my job. and he's going to do a great job. I think we've selected a great department head that's going to fit the team really, really well. I'm forever grateful for this opportunity. So thank you so much.
Well, Chief, you and I started at almost the same time, and I was the lone council person at that time. And as we drove to the League of California Cities conference, you shared your dream of what you wanted to see this fire department go toward. And I've seen every single thing that you shared come to fruition. And that is really cool. Whether it's training, wildfire prevention, and then things you didn't expect, like, you know, COVID, points of distribution, and being a leader in that realm of a pandemic. And then also something near and dear to my heart is helping, again, create another pathway for students to figure out where they can go in their career, in their life. And you've expanded opportunities for people to come that would never even have thought about coming into the firefighting world, at least here in SLO. So thank you so much for all of your service. And I'll bring it back to the city manager to chat about Brigitte.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm also happy tonight to also recognize one of our other outstanding team members, Brigitte Elke. I've had the fortune of working with Brigitte in a variety of different capacities, but I'll share a little bit about some of her background. She's worked in the city since 2001, where she started her career in the finance department. After 5 years, she joined the city's manager office as the principal administrative analyst. Today, it's known to the assistant to the city manager, where she established the TBID. Implemented a comprehensive non-smoking ordinance. So that's part of Brigitte's legacy, and we're known throughout the world for her work. She administered many of the city's community partnerships and provided communication support and creativity during tough budgetary times. Nothing like being in the finance department during one of the biggest recessions or multiple recessions. In 2013, Brigitte stepped forward to the utilities department as the business manager. She did a deep dive into infrastructure-heavy enterprise funds, really trying to understand long-term financing that was needed to provide reliable water service and reliable wastewater service. She's established some cost of service methodology, and most importantly, she was instrumental in securing some of the financing for our $150 million replacement of our water resource recovery facility down on Prado Road. I was so thrilled the day that Brigitte walked into my office and said, I'm thinking about I would like to talk to you about being the finance director. And I couldn't be more excited to have her step into my office and talk about her dream of fulfilling that role. As you know, all of the council members, we have extremely complicated finances, over $200 million that we spend. A variety of different enterprise funds, and Brigitte has done a masterful job in introducing I would say, a very accessible budget, financial reporting, accountability, and in a short period of time since 2018, Brigitte has established herself as someone who's a recognized leader in the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers and the Government Finance Officers Association and other associations. They look to Brigitte and they look to the city for our excellence in the things that we do here in the city. Beyond just being a consummate professional and someone that I've relied upon for the last 5 years to provide financial guidance to me and in turn to the city council, she is multifaceted. If you know Brigitte, she's multilingual. She, in her times at 20 years with the city, she's consistently also mentored and developed many employees. That is one of the great skills about Brigitte. Her team downstairs in finance, they are impeccable, and their service and their dedication to the city is unparalleled. Her integrity, her professional competency, her commitment to the value of service over self leaves a legacy of well-managed department with a strong strategic outlook, and she will be sorely missed. So I do want to thank you from the mayor and myself, and on behalf of all the citizens and employees, we do express our sincere appreciation for your public service and extend our best wishes for you and your continued success in the future. So thank you, Brigitte.
Thank you. Thank you also very much, not only for tonight's recognition, but also for the many memories that come up with that. And it's really through those that I realized that almost a generation has grown up since I actually first stepped foot in City Hall. And what an incredible journey it has been. And really little did I know back then, after 15 years in the private sector, it would be the first step in a career that was not only full of opportunities and prospects, but also challenges and obstacles, and I think they were actually really well designed to grow professional prowess. You have an incredible city organization that really works tirelessly and with pride and exceptional professionalism to make this place special for everybody who call it home. Engaging in those prospects that I mentioned before is really what brought me from rather humble beginnings in the finance department back in 2001, full circle to the opportunity to lead the department ultimately. It seems almost like yesterday, but these past 4.5 years have most certainly been packed with everything that could fill probably the squares of a rather superb SWOT analysis. And to top it off, we have a bit of pandemic sprinkle on top of it for good measures here in the last few years. Yet at every corner we experienced, and I experienced, nothing but support, backing, and understanding from this organization, your city manager, and the leadership team. I must assume that your city manager actually probably has taken many deep breaths over the last few years, but he and the leadership's team, unwavering, absolutely unwavering support, have ultimately made all the difference. I'm also very fortunate to have a wonderful husband whose support and patience and also engineering mindset, most importantly, have and continue really to keep me in the realm of reality at all times. He's unfortunately not here tonight. He's somewhere between San Francisco International Airport and here, but confirmed with my mom in tow. So she actually arrived this afternoon. But ultimately, you know, let's make no mistake, none of it, and I repeat, absolutely none of it, would have been possible without the incredible staff in your finance department. It is truly an amazing team. Not only are they talented, determined, innovative, forward-thinking, they're just simply wonderful people. It has most certainly been the absolute joy and pride of my career to work alongside them and make the finance department, Jesus, here we go, what it is today. And as we've worked very hard to take flight over the last 4.5 years, I'm convinced that with your ongoing support, Derek's and the leadership team support and the whole organization, and also your new incoming finance director, they will nothing but soar. I'm convinced of that. So with that, I thought I end it because people talk a little bit about my languages. So j'aimerais bien vous remercier sincèrement pour tous, simplement pour tous, pour ces années. Ich möchte Ihnen ganz herzlich danken, von ganzem Herzen, für die vielen Erinnerungen und die tolle Karriere. Veramente del tutto mio cuore, grazie mille per tutto. And finally, in my mother tongue, von ganzem Herzen, merci viel tausendmal für alles, für die Erinnerungen und die schöne Karriere. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigitte. That was amazing. And I do remember, you know, you in that little room in the city clerk and when you were way many years ago. And I think my son was about 3 at that time and who's now in Quest to college. So, you know, I remember thinking, you know, when Bill Statler left, wow, there's going to be some big shoes to fill. And you did an amazing job. It's been so fun to watch your career and watch you help, as city manager said, make the budget accessible to people who love finances or don't really love finances and everywhere in between. And I just think that's fabulous because it is a complicated budget and I want the whole community to be able to dive into it when they can or when they desire to. And your kindness and your respect as you've shared very difficult processes, especially through the CalPERS challenges and the unfunded pension liability that you helped us get through and actually pay down more was amazing, and changed to ESG funds when we said we need to change how we're investing our money. And I would say that the pandemic was more of a deluge than a sprinkle, but nonetheless, thank you so much for your service. Well, that was a very fun experience of our meeting, and now we get to move to some different kind of fun, the consent agenda. Oh, just kidding, no, just kidding. Public comment. Oh, so sorry. I wrote all over that. I apologize. It's a very important time in our meeting. So sorry. So we'll have the city manager, and then after that, we'll have public comment. So if you have comment, please submit your yellow slip to the city clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a short report tonight. We are wrapping up a lot of different pieces of the Slow in Motion, and we just want to appreciate everyone in the community's support and patience. These are real-time investments that we're making because of the community's support of Measure G. We'll be finishing up our street painting in Laguna Lake neighborhood. We'll also be finishing up some striping in the North Choro foothill neighborhoods. And then downtown, we're also finishing up some of the mainline markings. We're doing those at nighttime from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. so that we can hopefully have the community experience minimal traffic delays. We will be doing street sweeping early in the hours as well. We're really trying to make sure that we clean up as we finish up and wrap up a lot of these projects. And you can see up on the screen, we've done some real important work with some branding of our separated bike paths to really make sure that people understand, what is the route, where are they going, and so this is some of the wayfinding that you'll see here in the future. So as we move to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about our Buy Local, Eat Local bonus program. So our Buy Local program will run from November 25th to December 24th, and our Eat Local from January 2nd to January 31st. So what these programs are is they will reward shoppers who spend $100 at local stores on gift cards. So you get a $25 gift card at another local business. For the new Eat Local bonus program, it'll roll out during the month of January. That's a mouthful. From January 2nd to the 31st, and reward diners with who spend $100 at local eateries on food and drinks with another $25 gift card for another local eatery. So the Eat Local program replaces what was previously administered by Visit SlowCal, what was SlowCal Restaurant Month. And so we believe that these programs are linked to roughly about an additional $1 million of spending in our community. So moving forward, I want to talk about what's happening with your urban forestry plans. So the city recently celebrated Arbor Day in 39 years as a Tree City USA. For those who don't know, to become a Tree City USA, the city must maintain a tree board or department, have a community tree ordinance, which we have, and spend at least $2 per capita on urban forestry, which we achieve, and then celebrate Arbor Day. So we, just as a reminder for the community, the Public Works Department via City Council study session will be meeting on January 10th, 2023, and we'll be presenting the urban forestry program in preparation of the 23 to 25 financial plan. And we believe this study session will really provide guidance about how to pursue and identify funding over the next couple of years. We do want to just acknowledge and appreciate the council's support since our approval of our pruning contract. So if you go back the last couple of years, the council has made some sizable ongoing investments. Over 40% of the city's street trees have been pruned, and that really ramped down during the recession. And so we're pretty happy about some of the work that we've been doing, but we're really excited to present a vision and opportunity for how we can expand the urban forestry program in the future. Moving to the next slide, just want to prepare the community for the annual holiday activation, which is going to be bigger and brighter than we've ever seen. And so we're excited to bring back Santa's House in our partnership with Downtown Slow, the Classic Carousel, dazzling photo shoots, animated musical light show, events in the plaza, including Hanukkah menorah lighting, ceremony performances, and the Slow County Band, and the Slow Youth Symphony, and much more. So everything kicks off into full gear on Friday the 25th, on November 25th, 11:45. And then the Holiday Plaza and Santa's House opening day celebration begins that afternoon at 4:45. There'll be a Holiday Plaza lighting ceremony. I believe the mayor and all the council members have been invited. And then that next Friday on December the 2nd, the 46th Annual Holiday Parade kicks off at 7 p.m. And this year's theme is Rockin' Retro, which will feature over 80 decorated floats, marching bands, vehicles, dancers, etc. And then our Slow Jewish community will continue its annual tradition of lighting the public menorah outside the Mission San Luis Obispo de Tolosa for Hanukkah at 5 p.m. And I believe that's on December 18th. Is that correct? So just want to get those dates out.
Want to also share that our public safety team was out this past weekend. The muscular dystrophy Fill the Boot. We were able to collect over 5,000 to donate to a nonprofit. And since 1954, firefighters across the country have collected critical funds. And this year, our team did that $1 at a time to fill the boot and raise money for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Also want to share with the council, we've been actively doing some emergency operations planning. We spoke about that earlier, but on Wednesday the 9th, our team joined regional agencies and participated in Cal Poly's annual emergency operation training tabletop exercise. So it was an opportunity for us to respond and mitigate and recover from simulated severe weather events and flooding on campus. And so it takes a team to respond to emergencies, and we were happy to partner with Cal Poly and their EOC team. You may have seen yesterday that the police department introduced the new Spider Tech. So you saw last month our Ask Slow, which is real-time feedback and opportunities for the community to report community needs. And this is some new technology that our police department has launched. And so the technology integrates with our current system. It identifies the best way to interact with a caller either via text or email. The system provides one-to-one public safety message. So it records when your call received. It indicates when you should expect for an officer to arrive. It provides case information and what personnel were assigned. After the officer files a report, there's a survey that's generated that allows for some customer feedback. How did we do? Highlight our organizational strengths and define opportunities for growth. So I just want to thank Chief Scott and his team. He's talked about this both during his interview and then also as part of our monthly updates, and I'm really excited to see this tool go live. Speaking about some real-time data about Ask Slow, we are seeing some really good uptake in terms of its utilization. The tool, as many of you know, is designed to efficiently and effectively connect community members with city services and information. So far, we've received over 400 service requests, and already nearly 1/3 of the requests are coming in via the brand new app. So we're going to continue to be pushing this out via our social media channels, and both Ask Slow's mobile app and online platforms are equally great ways to report service requests or find information about a city topic quickly. And so with that, Madam Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity to share some of the highlights, what's happening in and around the city. And as always, we're ready to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Christensen.
Yes, thank you very much for that report. And I just had a question about how the Spider technology, people get connected to it. Is it through Ask Slow, or is it if somebody wanted to text the police department because of a problem, what would they do?
Thank you, council member, and that's an excellent question. And so Spider is proactive. So when you call 911, our system, our automated CAS system, records the number which the call is coming in on, and then we'll send the message behind that call for service. And so if you reach out to the police department, if you use a smart device, mobile phone, it's automatically going to connect you from that point on. There are ways for landlines to connect through our website and through email. That's explained on our website as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great report, and appreciate hearing the updates on Ask Slow as well. And also thank you for sharing with the urban forestry plan. I know many people have been emailing us, asking questions about the trees, so really great information. Now we'll move forward to public comment. Do we have any public comments for non-agenda items?
Yes, Andrew Met-Rogan?
The topic of parking, a couple issues regarding parking I'm not really happy about, and I'd like to address. The first one is the increase in parking. Apparently, you're trying to build a parking structure, and you need financing for it. And also, at the same time, the last several months, I guess 9 months since February, we've had our ongoing conflict in Ukraine, And I've noticed several people and businesses here in San Luis Obispo seem to be very much in favor of this war. And I'm not in favor of it at all. I've noticed that we're giving billions of dollars to Ukrainians who are Nazis. And as you may realize, in 2018, our Congress passed a law saying you couldn't give money to Nazis in Ukraine because they didn't want our tax dollars or our military equipment going to Nazis. So they outlawed it. And then since we pushed Putin to invade Ukraine, now all that's gone out the window. So about $100 billion of my tax dollars has been going to Ukraine, these Nazis.
Excuse me, sir.
And we have a radio station here in San Luis Obispo that has had several guests coming on, spending endless
Excuse me.
hours.
I just want to, if you could not use the terms Nazi, I think that's very considered hate speech, so if you could just.
Oh, it's not hate speech? Well, just to let you know, prior to coming here, I noticed that 2 reporters for CNN were fired today because they were in Ukraine and they filmed some salutes, and they were fired for that because that's a no-no. Can't show that in the Western, certainly in the United States, right? So also we learned about the FTX, the money laundering with Biden and the Democrats. I'm not happy about that at all. So what we want is, I want the city council to cancel your increase in parking, and I want the financing for your parking structure to come from the people who are flush with cash, such as the local radio station, the newspapers, the business at Monterey and Johnson flying the Ukrainian flag, individuals around town flying Ukrainian flag. You hit them up for money. You don't hit me up for money because I'm never going to pay for parking. I refuse to pay for parking because I'm not going to support Nazis. And we know that our Congress member, for example, is also supporting Nazis with my tax dollars, and I'm not happy about it.
Okay,
And
thank
I'm
you,
not
sir.
happy about having a city council that's in league with these people as well. So I want you to do something about the parking. I'm not paying for it, and I'm not happy about the fact that you are supporting Nazis in Ukraine. And if
Okay.
you want to call that hate speech, hey, don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
Thank you. This reminds me, can you share with me one of the yellow slips, City Clerk? Thank you very much, sir. This reminds me, I don't always say it out loud, but I'm just going to go ahead and, before we have any other future public comment, remind everyone, ourselves as well as the public, of our civility guidelines. Our job is to listen first, to make an honest effort to understand views and reasoning of others by listening to understand, not listening to find fault, and allowing thoughtful discussion to lead to the best possible outcomes. Also respecting different opinions, showing courtesy, criticizing constructively, and debating the policy, not the person. And as we talk about items on through public comment, if we can try to keep it to city issues, that would be fantastic. All right, do we have anyone else on non-agenda public comment items?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's move forward to the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone needs to pull from the agenda before we move forward? Okay, well, these are items that are considered non-controversial, so we'll go ahead and move forward to the public comment for consent agenda. Any public commenters?
No, we do not.
Okay. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. I'll move approval, but I do just want to express appreciation. There's been this is the second reading for the building code updates, and there was added language for the fire hazard change, and I appreciate the new language for transparency and accountability within that. So unless there's any other comments, I'll move consent.
I'll second. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a first and a second, and I do just brief comments. Just wanted to thank Sabin Gray on 5G for being willing to serve on our Cultural Heritage Committee. I'm always thankful for our community members who come up and help us with many key issues. And then I just wanted to highlight the amount of work that's been done on merging the Jack House Advisory Committee and the Parks and Rec Commission. I think is fantastic for all involved, the committee, the family, and or representatives of the family and the Parks and Rec Commission. And lastly, really excited about hoping we get the grant for the recycling. City Clerk?
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yes.
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, so the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. So next, we will have the public hearing and business items get started. And we have Brigitte Elke and Emily who will share with us the setting the stage for the 2023 to 25 financial plan. And City Manager, are you going to be part of that presentation as well?
I am, yeah, I'm gonna be pinching tonight as part of the strategic scan presentation, so.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and again, a very good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. And as mentioned, with me tonight is your incoming finance director, Emily Jackson, but tonight she is actually presenting to you as your capital improvement plan process improvement manager. I think I got that right. Yes. And again, your city manager will be helping us out here as well in regards of the strategic scan part of the setting the stage tonight. So the recommendations before you predominantly concentrate on receive and discuss the items that will build the framework for the upcoming two-year financial plan. There are two items that are kind of cleanup items. One is for an appropriation into the Community Development Department operating budget, and the second one is an adjustment to the adopted 2022-23 appropriation limits. And as mentioned, if we look at the overall goal setting and budget process, tonight is really the first in a series of meetings to determine ultimately the goals and objectives that will be the cornerstone of the upcoming financial plan. That financial plan will be adopted in June of 2023 and will be good for the years through 2025. The meetings before you are designed to provide background information and, again, build the framework under which you ultimately will determine the strategic vision for that two-year plan. In addition to the public sessions, there are also opportunities for the community to participate, and that is through various means. We have them there on the chart to the right, and these various means provide for direct feedback and input to the City Council. And with that, I'm actually happy to announce that the Community's Priority Survey, that is an important piece of that feedback by the community, opened yesterday. It is accessible on slowcity.org, Open City Hall, as shown on the slide. It is open for a full month, so through December 15th, and really allows the community to give some feedback on the current city goals and possible new ones that the City Council should consider. Also, I wanted to share that the results of the Community Priority Survey is usually part of the Budget Foundation meeting that you will hear in January of next year. The community forum is back in person. You might recall that 2 years ago, due to the pandemic, we actually had to change course, but we were able to hold the community forum online. But we're glad that it is back in person and will actually happen on the 26th of January and will start at 6 o'clock at the Ludwig Center. The Community Forum is a public event where the community can come together to discuss suggested goals and work programs from the city advisory bodies, the community groups, individuals who completed the survey, so they will have access to that input. And while the Community Priority Service is focused almost exclusively on the priorities that should be, the forum is really more about how can the city achieve that through the community input at the forum. Now again, the purpose of setting the stage is really the information that is part of the overall framework that the City Council will ultimately consider when you establish the goals and objectives for the next 2-year financial plans. Therefore, we are actually tonight giving you a lot of information, not only on the fiscal standing of the city through the first quarter of this fiscal year, we're also reviewing the current major city goals and other strategic objectives. We're looking at the city's core services that happen through your organization and are provided to the community 365 days a year. And are also then further looking at that strategic scan that gives you more of a background information and important context for the decision-making that's before you over the next few months. So building block number 1 is really the status of the city's current financial and where we find ourselves after the first quarter of this fiscal year. Well, really in short, so far so good. So the first quarter actually looks pretty on track with what we anticipated, pretty on track with the budget that you have adopted for this fiscal year. And when you look at the slide up there, I would like to point out that generally speaking, it's expected that expenditures outpace the revenue collection in the first quarter. That's largely because we encumber a lot of the contractual obligations at the beginning of the year. But another one is really the down payment or the payment we give to CalPERS every year in July. We do that usually as a one-time payment because we get a pretty big discount for that, about $300,000 that the city saves by sending the CalPERS contribution in July. So that's why the numbers are a little bit skewed when you look at revenues versus expenditures. But we were also able to accomplish another 3 major city goal tasks during the first quarter and constructed and completed an additional 4 projects. As mentioned, so far your top revenue sources remain very strong and are coming in as budgeted in the 22-23 financial plan. Especially transient occupancy tax, that's your hotel tax, continues at record highs through the first quarter. We've seen this grow probably starting in March, April, and it's since really been hitting every month record highs, having surpassed the $1 million mark, I believe, back in April or May for the first time. Continues to be very strong. However, there are some signs that pointing more and more towards a possible slowdown as we turn the page on the calendar year. And I know we have been talking to the City Council about this kind of outlook as we presented to you the budget back in June. And I think it just points to that we have to remain nimble and vigilant and see where this will be going. One adjustment that we already know we'll be making at mid-year is really your cannabis tax, but that's largely based on only 2 retailers being active right now over the 3 we had anticipated being active at this time. The building block number 2 here in our setting the stage is the general plan and other strategic plans that are important for you to receive an update and know where we are within as you make decisions going forward. The city's general plan, I believe it was last updated in 2015, contains a multitude of elements that build the hierarchy of programs, policies, and objectives in pursuit of the implementation of the city's overarching vision. We present here the different elements and how they split into efforts that are really ongoing, so they will never really stop, and the ones that are one-time in nature and can therefore be measured as complete. And as you can see, most of them actually are at 100% level, but that chart really shows where we probably will have to concentrate on, which is the water and wastewater element, your parks and rec, as well as the circulation elements that still have some work to do to reach the completion. Now, while we're well underway and many of the foundational actions from the 2020 Climate Action Plan were implemented, the 2022 Climate Action Process Report will be presented to the City Council in December 13th, coming up here in a month's time. And currently it is actually available on the city's website for public review, so the community can go and see what progress was made. The work to date has reaffirmed the 2020 Climate Action Plan's goals, and actions in historic federal and state funding will really enable us to rapidly implement some of those elements, especially the electrification of your fleet. Staff has also been busy working on many other major strategic efforts, and as such, the DE&I strategic plan is currently in progress. The economic strategic plan is tentatively scheduled to be complete in May of 2023, and the council will receive a presentation for the homeless strategic plan here in a few months' time. That will be followed by the parking and access plan that's also scheduled to come before you in the spring of next year. That leads us to building block number 3 with the current city major goals. One of them was economic recovery, resiliency, and fiscal sustainability. And since this goal was really developed under the cloud of the worldwide pandemic, the economic recovery and the resiliency and fiscal sustainability that pertained to the situation we were facing back then, it contained many new initiatives that were really designed to combat and address COVID-19. The slide here so addresses several accomplishments of the objectives that are listed under the goal program, notably the addition of a 3rd full-time ambassador who's now active in the downtown core. We spent $119,000 in grants to nonprofit organizations, and substantial funding was given to assist additional child care startups to address the shortage of child care spaces. A flurry of activity also happened in your climate action, open space, and sustainability, sustainable transportation goal. Not only did we open the new connector trail on the Miosi open space that links Cal Poly Canyon, we are also advancing a trio of conservation easement projects throughout the city's greenbelt. Completed key active transportation plan projects include the Orchid Road Roundabout and the Taft to Pepper Railroad Safety Trail, and we have also successfully completed the first all-electric fleet vehicle purchases. Though a little bit delayed, the diversity, equity, and inclusion major city goal has nonetheless seen a lot of activity since the financial plan implementation. DE&I is now firmly embedded in the city's legislative platform. DE&I speaker series was launched, and on an MOU executed with Cal Poly to jointly advance DE&I initiatives through the community is now in place. On the housing and homeless front, there we saw quite a bit of flurry in the housing arena, which developed objective design standards and updated the development review process. We also supported a 25% expansion of the numbers of beds that are available at Forty Prado, which is the city's homeless services center. And we were able to update some zoning regulation in the housing element. On the homeless side, we introduced the mobile crisis unit, which has already been very successful. We created an ongoing homelessness response manager position. We give $1.7 million from the state and the local fiscal recovery fund. Most people probably know it as ARPA funding, to support the Anderson Hotel acquisition, and $300,000 from that same funding pot go to support a Transition Mental Health Association building for 8 homes for homeless individuals. We come to building block number 4 under setting the stage framework. And when we look at the city's organization now and the organizational structure, we see that the city is really comprised of 3 main groups. We have the public safety group, community services, and then the internal services that support the entire organization. Public safety makes up the largest portion of the general fund budget and employs about 147 employees. The Community Services Group was introduced in the 2019-21 financial plan and has greatly aided in cross-departmental collaboration between the departments that help maintain the infrastructure and deliver the services the community is expecting. While the Utilities Department is actually part of the Community Services Group, it is, of course, an enterprise fund and funded through the service rates for water and sewer services. The internal services, on the other hand, include your administration department, and IT, finance, the city attorney's office, and human resources. All these departments support the organization at large. And since the 2018 year, the city's workforce has grown about 13%, and we've added substantial positions with the last financial plan. We are actually obligated to every year present to you a balanced budget, meaning that we need to limit the spending to what we actually receive in revenues and can afford. The majority of the revenue that the general fund receives is from taxes, specifically sales tax, property tax, and transient occupancy tax. So I might want to point out that your local revenue measure, which is a transaction tax, has now surpassed all the other taxes as the major revenue source to the general fund. And I do actually believe the property tax now has also outpaced the traditional Bradley Burns sales tax as the second largest source of revenue to the general fund. Fees and grants make up another portion of the income to the general fund, and we also are always active to look for grants, subventions, and together we look at about $112 million that we are now projecting. And again, there is a note on the local revenue measure. Again, that is the local transaction tax. And together with property tax, they form the largest revenue sources in the general fund. We are also investing quite a bit of funding in the capital plan, that is your infrastructure throughout the entire city. We have about $2 million in debt that we're paying every year through the issuance for previous years, and of course also have to maintain appropriate insurance levels, and that is about $4.3 million on an annual basis. Over the past years, the city has included many additional and special services into its ongoing work program, or the core services, as we generally speaking refer to. It has therefore prioritized the support of those services as part of the budget process as deliverables the community has come to expect and is looking for. As such, one-time goals often compete for those very same dollars, and without new revenue sources being identified, trade-offs are quite often required to fund any new initiatives. And we see that here on the chart with the 63 core programs and services that then also compete with those major city goal tasks, special projects, and emerging needs as they might come up. And as we well know, over the last 2 years, things indeed do happen and sometimes require us to be nimble and readjust. The information provided to the City Council during the series of public meetings in preparation of the new budget should therefore assist the understanding of the fiscal matters behind current service delivery, the major city goal efforts that you have adopted, and the unbudgeted emerging needs and special project, and what those trade-offs ultimately might be. To further actually illustrate the city's current services and programs, we will now walk you through the 10 general fund departments, as well as the 4 enterprise funds that also deliver services to the community. But I think it's important to understand those core services. Again, they really make up the services to the community on a day-to-day basis and are here to stay and continue on throughout the years. The first service we present is the police services. And most probably are familiar with patrol services and traffic safety, but our police department also is in charge of investigation. It is in charge of the dispatch and records divisions. It actually has a neighborhood outreach program that is very active. And ultimately, the 16 sworn police officers, 91 staff in total, have responded to over 37,000 calls since here in 2021. That is actually a 14% increase over 2020. Oh, and it does not want to advance now. Bear with me while it's being a bit temperamental. There you go. Part of public safety is also your fire service. We have in the city 4 stations, about 45 active firefighters, and a total staff of just short of 60 people. The fire department responded to over 6,000 calls year to date in 2022, and is therefore on track to probably about 15% increase over 2021. Again, there as well, most community members are probably familiar with the emergency response, but the fire department also staffs hazardous prevention. It has a training service. It maintains its fire apparatus as well as the fire stations that I have mentioned. We also have very active now a disaster preparedness and assistance program, and many great aids have already come from there to help the community to prepare for any disasters that might come. Next is the Administration and Information Technology Department. That department is about 9% of the overall budget, and in its efforts to go towards the support and oversight of the program, we have listed here a few components to it. Each program is essentially responsible for providing a variety of core services to the community and supporting Council's major city goals. A few examples of that are business communication and support. They are leading the city's carbon neutrality goal and climate action plan. The open space protection and maintenance program is also within administration. It supports the city's tourism industry advisory body and a very active, as mentioned, tourism industry. It manages the city council meetings and the public records and records requests. And with information technology, we include network services, infrastructure, hardware, software, public safety communication, data and analytics, mapping, enterprise applications, support, and information solutions. And when I read through this, I realize that really without that infrastructure, it's very hard to get anything accomplished these days. The leadership is also in the administration for diversity and equity and inclusion, that major city goal, and now program that has recently completed $300,000 in high-impact grants that will be funding 21 organizations to advance D&I throughout the community. Your city's attorney's office remains the smallest department in the city, even with the recent number of full-time employees the department has added. They were added following a department organizational assessment during the current financial plan. While small, the city attorney's office provides vital services to the city council, advisory bodies, and staff. It provides legal review of all contracts and manages any claims or litigations the city may be facing. The city's attorney's office has continued to see an increase in workload year over year, most recently due to a swell in active litigation and public records request. Your Human Resources Department provides many core services to city employees, and those include recruitments, employee training, and benefit management. The top accomplishments of the departments are successfully recruiting and onboarding 37% of the city's workforce between new hires and promotions to enable all departments to continue to provide the high-quality services that the community expects. Human Resources staff developed a supervisor toolkit that provides a wealth of information about onboarding and guidance to set up our employees for success as they embark on the supervisory roles. The department is also rolling out a comprehensive training plan to ensure that employees are provided all the opportunities needed for growth and further development. We come to finance. And the finance department is about 2% of your total budget. It is probably most known for services in accounting and budgeting, but the finance department also manages the city's payroll for over 400 employees and is the central department for all accounts payable and accounts receivable. The purchasing division is relatively new to the department, but it makes sure that all departments are following the purchasing policies that you recently adopted, and the aid in finding locally sourced or environmentally friendly vendors, which is a new effort that we have embarked on. The finance department ensures that the city follows all governmental accounting standards and produces the required financial documents and the annual audits. That is well underway, and we hope actually to complete that effort by about December 16th. We hope to publish our ACFR, and with it also the popular financial report. The non-departmental budget is also managed within the finance department. It is usually used for expenditures for citywide benefits and efforts, and has contingency budgets that include council-approved parameters for bargaining units mainly and negotiations. The Community Services Group really contains all the 4 external-facing departments, and combines as in an umbrella, the Community Development Department, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, as well as the utility departments, and is overseen by your Assistant City Manager. CSG administration assists the programs in the General Fund and the city's 4 enterprise funds with water, sewer, parking, and transit. As the CSG departments are the public-facing service departments, staff supports city's daily operations, both in the field and in the offices at various buildings throughout the community. CSG's focus is on the production of core services, advancement of key major city goals and objectives, identification of new departmental efficiencies, oversight of specially funded programs such as solid waste and recycling, communication with the public, and city staffing transition. The core focus of CSG remains the community development, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and Utilities together through policies, fiscal, and collaborative support efforts to provide quality services to the community. So part of it is the Community Development Department, and with a current budget of approximately $6.7 million. The Community Development Department manages the city's affordable housing program, is home to the city's homeless response manager and coordinator position. CDD conducts all of the city's land use planning efforts, including long-range plans for the future. Development review is operated based on the policy of high-cost recovery, meaning that the revenues collected goes directly into providing said services. With multiple new development projects underway, Community Development Department staff involved with development review spends much of their time processing plans and permits, managing the city's floodplain regulations, providing inspections, and enforcing the city's code. The Community Development Department is actually also supporting 4 advisory bodies with the Planning Commission, the Architectural Review Commission, the Cultural Heritage Commission, and the Construction Board of Appeals. In order to adapt to COVID-19 and support the economic recovery, the department has implemented ways to help such as online applications and payment, which has been very successful and I do believe well liked by the development community. We suspended efforts and enforcement efforts of certain regulations such as signs and parking, and worked together with economic development to provide tenant improvement permits at a reduced cost. We even had a program where some of these fees were completely waived in order to get tenants into the open spaces downtown. Public Works, as you can see on this slide, is probably one of the widest spanning departments that we have in the city. It includes 12 unique divisions that quite literally help prevent the city from falling apart. This must be a direct quote from Mr. Horn. The Public Works team is constantly occupied with providing parks maintenance, road maintenance, the urban forest services, flood control, and that's just to name a few of the things they engage with. The CIP engineering team works tirelessly to plan, budget, study, and deliver all of the city's capital improvement projects, and the department also encompasses 2 enterprise funds with the parking and transit operations. And again, while these are funded through their services fee, they are all managed within the Public Works Department. Parks and Recreation, that is probably always seen as the fun department of the city. And a few of the department's core services include maintaining the city's open spaces through the ranger services, programming and maintenance of the Laguna Lake Golf Course. They also do the programming at the Slow Swim Center. They're managing the city's public art program, and the department supports senior programming as well as key childcare provider for the community with nearly 2,000 childcare spots in the community that Parks and Rec actually takes care of. These programs include the ranger and sport camps, summer day camps, spring break camps. I told you it's all the fun stuff. Teacher work day camps, monitoring before school programs, a TK program, kindergarten, AM and PM programs, and the traditional after-school childcare programs at 5 different school sites here within the community and the city. Through these efforts, so all of these efforts are in support of advancing the Parks and Recreation Blueprint for the Future, which is their master plan that the City Council has adopted. The Utilities Department, as mentioned, is also part of the CSG group. Even so, the Water Fund is again an enterprise fund and is uniquely funded by the service rate that are charged for water services. You see that it is also multifaceted, but most of its funding actually is used for source of supply. These are all the surface lakes that we have that supply the city with water, but also now beginning to look into groundwater supplies to the city. The next big chunk is really the water treatment to make sure that the water that we pump from these lakes, sometimes up to 40 miles away from the city, is clean and safe for drinking. This is done by water distribution through a complex system of distribution pipes and tanks and pump stations, as well as, of course, the water administration engineering group that makes sure that all these components remain in play and up to date. The total budget right now for the water fund is about $28.3 million, and we deliver about 1.87 billion gallons of water. It's amazing when you actually compute the units into gallons. It's a staggering number that is being delivered and made safe through treatment. The sewer fund, we once actually mentioned what comes out must go down. And so that's what your sewer fund does. It treats about 1.09 billion gallons of wastewater every year and produces about 90 million gallons of recycled water. It encompasses the water resource recovery facility. That's the facility that's being upgraded right now, being the city's largest capital improvement project to date. The wastewater collection is really the opposite of the distribution system in water. It collects all the waste and pushes it towards the water resource recovery facility for treatment. But they actually also administer the utility billing and the environmental programs that also include industrial user fees and program oversight. The parking fund is the next fund we look at. Again, it's administered in Public Works, but it is an enterprise fund, again, uniquely funded through its service rates. It is in charge of enforcement of state and local regulations. It operates and maintains 3 parking structures, hopefully soon to be 4 parking structures. It operates and maintains 9 surface parking lots and over 1,000 parking meters, and of course administers and plans the parking permit program. Many projects and programs were previously deferred to the pandemic and responding to the changing priorities, including local business support and parking needs. 3 major efforts will be focused on the program in the coming few months, including the cultural arts parking structure, the additional centralized pay stations in the Railroad and Monterey areas, and the implementation of credit card capable street meters. In addition, the access and parking management plan, as previously mentioned, is anticipated to be adopted in the spring of 2023, with rate increases going into effect as adopted by the City Council this coming January. We wanted at this point to illustrate again the need for those increases, and the chart before you outlines the parking fund's long-term health over the next 5 years if we assume there is no change to the rates that you had adopted. As you can see, the fund balance becomes negative in about 24-25 and continues to go further into a negative position in the outer years. The year 1 assumes major revenues and expenses around the cultural art district structure, and it also assumes that we actually will have fully recovered by this time. It's looking pretty positive that we might be out of COVID-19, at least as it pertains to the parking needs of the community. To showcase what the rates really do that were adopted, we wanted to show this slide here that now shows the reversal of that fund balance coming into the positive and showing the long-term health when we actually start constructing that 4th structure, and then also, of course, have to maintain it and continue to make make sure that the infrastructure as a whole is taken care of.
Brigitte, I'm going to have you hold on one second. We're having a little tech difficulties with the microphones.
Okay.
So sorry. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay, now we are back on track. All righty. We're moving on to your transit fund. It also falls into the Public Works Department and is funded separately and specifically by the Transit Fund. The majority of transit revenue really comes from state and federal distributions, while a small part comes from ridership. Generally speaking, the Transit Fund has to make sure it retains that 20% ratio that comes from its fare box. The Transit Division quickly adjusted to the health crisis, but altering its operation and increasing sanitation measures obviously took its toll. Moving forward, the transit program will be focusing on long-term needs, such as replacing old vehicles, and will be able, through substantial funding that we've received through ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, to replace those vehicles with electric fleets. The establishing of a new transit agreement with Cal Poly is also at the forefront in pursuing opportunities for further electric bus infrastructure upgrades are on the horizon. Most recently, ridership levels actually have returned to about pre-pandemic levels. However, long-term implications of the pandemic around ridership is really still unknown. In addition, the city has extended the operating agreement with First Transit through June of 2023, and new long-term agreements will be discussed over the coming month. However, this was already a big step forward, as the Transit Fund has also been struggling with finding drivers for the buses during the current labor shortages that we all experience. Significant grant funding is noted in this chart here. As I mentioned, we did receive about $12.3 million from the American Rescue Plan Act, but we also received about $4.9 million from the Regional Transit Authority. And some of the capital projects that will be aided by that is actually 6 electric buses that we will be purchasing. But of course, with that also comes the EV infrastructure construction that we need in order to charge those vehicles. But we will also embark on the transit center rehabilitation. We are looking at improvements to the bus stops and also the office space remodel to enhance the customer service who are actually looking to purchase bus passes and rides. And with that, I'm actually handing it over to your city manager to walk you through the strategic scan in the next few slides.
Thanks, Brigitte. Thanks for the introduction. And so with that, I just want to invite the council to just kind of maybe do a mind shift here. So as we think about where we're going as a financial plan, it is really our strategic plan. It is really our strategic plan that guides us. And so in my mind, strategic thinking is really needed when we have complex problems before us. And our major city goals that we have today are complex issues. There's issues that we're trying to face at a local level, a state level, national, and international level. So part of setting forth a strategic mindset is really having data and information. Where are the trends taking us? Are the trends taking us in the right direction? Are we comfortable with business as usual? And if we want to change those types of trends and go in a different direction, then to start to think about what are the investments that we want to make at a local level to really change those trends to get us to some of the desired outcomes. So before I launch into the strategic scan, which we introduced back in the 2018-2019, I'd be remiss just for not thanking all the analysts, many of here are in the room. Natalie Harnett, our very talented budget analyst, she couldn't be here tonight. She did bulk of this work, and I'm pitching for her tonight to deliver the presentation. So if we move to the next slide, the scan is really intended to really meet your decision makers' need for, I would say, accurate, timely information that helps motivate some strategic and practical solutions to the challenges the city's facing. By looking at our demographic, economic, social, and environmental trends, we can anticipate challenges and provide realistic solutions during goal setting and budget development. So what you've seen tonight and over the next few months is a very deliberate effort on behalf of the city to really bring in front of you all of those strategic planning efforts so that you have those at front of mind. So you're thinking 2 years out, 5 years out. What is the vision that we want to set, and what are the strategies that we want to take, and what are the investments we want to take to get there? So I'm going to talk a little bit about, what those are. Tonight you'll see population change, unemployment, job growth, et cetera. I won't go through this in great detail because you've seen this slide deck. Thanks to the finance team for getting this out and posting this online. So I'm going to run through this because I know we want to have some discussion tonight. So we move to the next slide. The population of the city of SLO shows that the city of SLO, distributed by age, is based on the latest census. Due to the local university, our population of 20 to 24-year-olds is exceptionally high, which somewhat skews the picture since not all of the population participates in the workforce. There's also notably a peak in 65 to 74-year-olds due to baby boomers. Population age distribution are both important to consider because as an aging workforce can lead to an imbalance of labor support. We heard about that at the Central Coast Economic Forecast. We heard that loud and clear and something that we need to be thinking about at a local level. Interestingly, the city's change is higher than the state when comparing the 2020 and 2010, and our current population stands at about 47,000. SLO unemployment is completely recovered since the high in 2020 and remains very, very low based on the latest numbers. We are about a percentage point lower than the state average. When looked at the geographic area, Cal Poly and the areas around the downtown core, North Broad have the highest amounts of unemployment. And keep in mind that the black lines represent the city limit and Cal Poly is not a part of the city. Taking a look at job growth, payrolls in the city of San Luis Obispo grew by 4.5% from the fourth quarter of 2020 to the fourth quarter of 2021, trailing the 6.3% growth in the balance of the state. So we are trailing in terms of salary growth and payroll growth. Job growth continues for the small firms in San Luis Obispo. And while already accounting for most jobs in the city, small firms grew by 3.3% over the last year, outpacing growth for mid-sized firms, which were at negative 1.7%, and large firms, which just stood at 0.3%. Everyone's talking about inflation. We go to the next slide. Despite the Fed's actions trying to reduce inflation, it remains rather stubborn and at a record level, clocking it at 8.3% in September, although slightly lower based upon the initial Fed data from October at 7.7%. We see inflation both on the revenue and expenditure sides as sales and tax revenue benefits for our own expenditures. And if we look at, this is just one example of Ford F-150. If it today was purchased in 2022, it's about 30% higher than it was in 2015, plus a 12-plus month wait time due to supply chain issues. And so with usual inflation, this same truck would have cost about $28,700. So we're paying about $5,000 more for that truck. And you can see that's just an example of how it's impacting us. I'm going to run through some diversity, equity, inclusion data. The graphs largely speak for themselves. They look at women-owned firms and men-owned firms, minority-owned firms and non-minority-owned firms. You can see the distribution of population by race of California compared to the city of San Luis Obispo. And you can see the demographics here really point to, I think that something of us already know is that we are less diverse than the rest of the state of California. In terms of DEI, the city organization, the City of SLO, racial, ethnic, and demographics, you can see how we compare overall as a city organization, and then how the City of SLO fare out in terms of gender demographics, men and female. So what does this all mean in terms of the data? And why is it important for us? And why do we bring it up in the context of our strategic scan? We know that organizations that have racially diverse leadership are 36% more likely to outperform those without. By 2025, millennials will constitute 75% of the workforce, and 83% of all millennials are more likely to be actively engaged if they believe their company stimulates a diverse and inclusive culture. And 78% of workers nationally think that the commitment to diversity and inclusion offers a competitive advantage in recruitment and the retention process. In the community, the council has made a commitment to making San Luis Obispo a welcoming and inclusive community, and we've done that in partnership with Visit SLOCAL and trying to make our region reflect those values. And the city of San Luis Obispo has recognized social and economic equalities embedded in our systems, and we must integrate a deep structural transition to support the empowerment of a marginalized community. We know from Cal Poly experience survey data that a lot of our BIPOC community and LGBTQ+ have major challenges with engaging in the city of San Luis Obispo. At the federal and state level, the Federal Economic Development Agency has declared equity as the #1 priority for our comprehensive economic development strategy. In fact, they look for that data when we're competing in grant applications. And in 2021, the state expanded the Bureau of Environmental Justice to have a greater focus on advancing racial equality and justice to protect communities that endure disproportionate impacts due to environmental pollution and health hazards. And so you'll be seeing the city's climate adaptation and safety element, which is scheduled to come to the city council in January of 2023, is aligned with this effort of Goal 4, which is focused specifically on environmental justice. So moving forward and talking about climate change and the economy, we know that climate disruptions will continue to be a source of increasing economic vitality. We heard recently some comments from the COP summit in Egypt that, as a society and as a world, we have major challenges in front of us. Federal, state, and the city will all have, over the next 10 to 15 years, deep carbonization goals. There are, in front of us, unprecedented financial resources on their way. In 2022 alone, California and the federal government committed over $425 billion to low carbon transition. And so there'll be a variety of programs. And so one of the tasks that we've asked our finance department to take a look at is, with this unprecedented level of funding, both from the infrastructure and the Inflation Reduction Act, how do we need to rethink our partnership and potential grant funding for our capital improvement program? We know also as well that a lot of our efforts on the climate side and the economy need to be rapid. So we've been looking to align our purchasing policies, and we'll probably be moving forward in 2024 with a recommendation to look at how we build and design capital improvement projects. In terms, the next slide, economic inactivity and local investments. Vacancy rates are down, they're decreasing and plateauing. We know that the city's investments really helped with that recovery. We've seen faster than expected TOT and sales tax transaction, and you can see some of the efforts that the city has made over the last few years to really help bring down vacant businesses in downtown San Luis Obispo. I mentioned earlier as part of the presentation some of the key takeaways from the Central Coast Economic Forecast. that the future is largely dependent on continuing to attract and retain a diverse, talented pool. Housing, housing, housing. We need more housing specifically to address some of our environmental concerns. How are we going to reduce VMT? And specifically, how are we going to support an aging community with a vibrant and talented workforce? And unfortunately, what we're seeing is a migration happening. Younger workers are moving inland to communities where housing is more affordable. Some of the trends on the housing side, and this data is collected from the US Census. Housing costs are increasing at a higher rate than per capita income. You can see in this table some of the owner-occupied rates, that how they've changed over time since 2000. You see the median home changes, median gross rent, and median household income, and then per capita income. And I think one of the key takeaways is that rent and housing prices are far exceeding wage growth. And this points to the next slide, and I just invite the community and the public to go to the slide deck for some of this detail. It really shows that much of our community is rent burdened. If you look, and if I can get my glasses to work, the majority of renters in San Luis Obispo spend more than 35% of their income on rent. And so we have a fairly rent-burdened community, and hence I think why our strategic initiatives over the next couple of years, and particularly some of the information that was presented in our general plan annual report and our progress on RENA should be very insightful and instructive about how the council allocates resources over the next couple of years. Moving to the next slide, what is happening in homelessness in our community? We are not the lead, we are the support, the county of San Luis Obispo. And so there are a few points in time counts that are done to assess the homeless population, both at the county and at the city level. The count was not held in 2021 due to COVID. It felt it would skew the data, and that was shifted nationally to 2022. You can see we know that we've seen a slight decrease in homelessness in SLO City compared to 2019. However, it's important to point out that this is a point in time. And so the variability is considerable based upon the date, the weather, et cetera. So we're looking at other trends related to homelessness and city operations. You can see the homeless calls for services. These are calls for service from the city's police department. Not all calls result in a report, and calls related to homelessness continue to be a high volume. And I believe the annual report by the police department provided more granular detail about calls for services related to homelessness. We have made some strides in launching some new program, our new ongoing resources toward homelessness and our mobile crisis unit and our CAT team. You can see the total context in a short period of time, 173 MCU total contacts. We've broken that down in terms of transports, dispatched, and then missed opportunities. And you can see from our CAT stats, the total calls related to homelessness, which is very significant. And we appreciate the council's support and investments towards CAT as they've really helped us connect people with services. Switching to development in the city, what is happening in terms of building inspections conducted? We're continue to see increasing to record level highs, growing from 8,600 in 2020 to the fiscal year 22 over 10,000. Development applications, we are starting to see a decline, a relative decline for development permit applications. This is on the planning side. And I want to share just some points that Brigitte made earlier, is that our online platform is certainly facilitating, better customer service and our ability to process applications more efficiently. On the child care side, City of San Luis Obispo is a critical child care provider for our community through our Parks and Recreation partnership with the San Luis Coastal Unified School District. We provide before and after school child care on 5 on-site elementary schools, offering year-round programming for school-age children. Overall, the childcare wait list has grown as demand increases amongst the different types of childcare. And the graphs here really show, what's our enrollment versus wait list for the variety of different youth programs. In terms of other factors and trends, what's happening in the Parks and Rec side, you've seen an increase in aquatics and instructional classes and an increase in instructional class enrollment. And this typically bumps up even more during the recession. Our experience has been when there are recessionary pressures that we see less access to some of the private providers and more of the community accessing some of the programs within the city, which are traditionally more affordable. Public transit ridership over time, Brigitte touched on that earlier. We are seeing a rebound to pre-COVID-19 pandemic levels. The graph on the right-hand side really juxtaposes the commute mode share in 20 to 2021. And you can see if we're really going to achieve some of our mode shift goals, really we're going to need to be very strategic and thoughtful about where we're making investments, particularly on the bike and transit side. Water usage, we continue to make some progress. The gallons per capita daily has dropped a few gallons, and we are really proud of our work. The water sewer customer accounts continue to climb, and that's really related to the growth and development in the community. And then the recycled water acre feet, we're using that more, particularly during drought periods. In terms of water availability, our ongoing drought and increased state mandated water conservation measures are causing us to look very hard at our demand side and do demand management. We have seen some industry-specific rises in costs that are related to inflation, particularly on the chemical, electricity, and on the capital project delivery. And those inflationary pressures are uniquely felt in our utilities department. And you can see here the available city water that we have. And just by reference, the city uses about 5,000 acre feet of potable water from our 3 surface water sources. Shifting to calls for services versus staffing, you can see in our police department, they continue to be very, very busy. And I think this is going to be a point of conversation for the city and particularly for the department as we think through our strategic plan that the police department's going to be launching in the spring of 2023. We've seen calls for increase in service 14% in 2021 compared to 2020. And then 32% over 2009, and we've seen a 4% increase in the same period. So we're going to need to have a conversation via the strategic plan ultimately about how are we going to serve an expanding community, both physically, and then align our resources with the expectations. Today, we have about 42 of the 60 sworn positions. You all know about the challenges with recruiting and retaining police officers. We have some vacancies that are just industry-wide. We have some workers' comp and leave and some general time off. Our police department has worked very hard to support our community over the last few years. And so I bring this item to you because I think the strategic plan and your budgetary process are going to need to line up with community expectations. Other challenges that we have in the police department is we have mandatory training, and so there was some welcomed reforms that happened at the statewide level, and some of that results in mandatory training, and will continue to result in legislative changes related to policing. We want to make sure that our peace officers are trained to meet the demands of the 21st century, so we're equipping them with some time for crisis intervention training. And the goal of the department is to increase this to about 20 hours from 8 today, and so that we can acquire the status of a mental health peace officer, because we know the challenges of being a police officer or a peace officer in the 21st century is much different than it was a few years ago. Our public safety equipment replacement fund, so we've seen increases in costs for police protective equipment, And so new equipment such as AEDs, Narcan, and other type of equipment for our police officers is going to be a point of discussion for the council into the future. In terms of emergency response, when an incident is large or more than one unit must respond, it reduces the availability for other calls. You can see our call volume and how it's changed over time. I've signaled to the council in the past that as our community grows, we have in our airport area specific plan and our Margarita area specific plan, we've identified the need for a 5th fire station. So long-term, we'll need to be planning for its construction, the delivery of that facility, along with the full funding of the operations. So I know that was a lot. And hopefully you had a chance to absorb all of that in advance. And I want to thank the finance team for getting that out to the community. But these are really some strategic indicators that we want to lift up the council to pay attention to and the community to pay attention to. And that will be kind of the prelude to some very specific or strategic planning conversations that we'll be having over the next couple months on a few items that were already mentioned. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brigitte and Emily, and they're going to round out the presentation.
Thank you, Derek. Emily Jackson, CIP Process Improvement Manager. And like both Brigitte and Derek noted earlier in the presentation, I'm here to walk your council through some updates relative to process improvements that we've been working through over the last couple of months, and then to talk about some recommendations that staff has for your council to consider relative to how we structure the budget for the capital improvement plan. So happy to report before we get into that, CIP budget development is already underway. It kicked off in September with a request out to departments to think about what their capital and maintenance needs would be for the coming 5 years. As a reminder for your council, the 2-year financial plan gives us the opportunity every 2 years to refresh the city's 5-year CIP. And so while we honor the projects that have been programmed for the remaining 3 years of the current capital plan, we're already starting to look at have any of our needs changed in the next 3 years, but also what are the year 4 and 5 of the next 5-year CIP look like. And so that process is currently underway. And like I said, a lot of CIP process improvement work going on in parallel that we would appreciate your questions and your weigh-in on tonight so that we can continue to refine the approaches that we're looking at. So the conversation around some of the recommendations has been going on amongst staff for many months at this point, but we had an initial conversation back in September with the Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission about the recommended change to the budget structure, which we'll touch on in just a moment. Tonight, of course, we're intending to only preview those recommendations for your council, and this is really intended to be an opportunity for questions and then any guidance that you would like to provide to, again, help us to refine our approach. In December, we will go back to the REOC for further conversation to address some of the concerns that they identified in September, incorporate in any of the comments or feedback that you all provide to us this evening. And then our hope is that by January, we'll be able to return to your council to seek adoption of policy language which would support the recommended CIP budget structure along with a number of other things that we're working on to sort of just clarify the rules and how everything in the CIP operates year to year. So to dive into the recommended changes to the budget structure for the CIP, moving into 23-25, we're proposing to change the way that the City Council appropriates budget to the CIP. What we're recommending is use of what we're calling funding buckets, which would group like projects that fall within both the asset maintenance and asset replacement category. So the things that we do to maintain or replace assets, facilities that we already have. This approach is not recommended, importantly, for new asset project. Those are, legacy projects, really large-scale projects that span multiple years, and are typically have a lot more moving pieces and are typically quite a bit more expensive than the sort of routine replacement and maintenance work that we do. The reason that we're recommending this is that as we've been working through the CIP process improvements, we've identified additional issues that weren't, that were a little bit deeper than I think the management partners study went. And so there's a couple of different problems that we're trying to solve with this approach. The first is that with the sort of, fluidity of the CIP, both in terms of the types of projects, but also how much the projects cost and how long projects are taking to deliver because of delays due to material delays or issues related to right-of-way acquisition and such. Staff really needs the ability to be a little bit more nimble than we can right now to respond to some of those conditions that are really outside of our control. And so we feel that the funding bucket approach will help us to address that, and we'll talk in a little bit more detail about what the funding buckets would look like. But again, just sort of trying to set the stage here for where we're trying to head. Currently, what staff has to do once there is an identified need for additional budget for a project is that there's two paths. Some overages require completion of a city manager report to seek city manager authority to increase a project budget. And in other cases, staff has to return to council to seek appropriation of additional funding for a project. And as you may be aware, the process of getting something to the council can take anywhere from 45 to 60 days, depending on, from time of identification of the issue to resolution of the issue. And the issue with that is that it takes quite a bit of staff time to produce that work, but more importantly, in those intervening weeks, costs go up even more and bids expire, and what we had initially maybe set out to ask for is not what we ended up needing. And so we're kind of in this constant churn of trying to catch up with ourselves and the need for the budgets. And so what the funding buckets allows us to do is really to have the discretion for staff to move money between projects more rapidly, but also enables us to price projects closer to when they're actually delivered. And I think, as all of you are aware, the 2-year cycle requires that we don't have a crystal ball, but it causes us to have to make some educated guesses about where we're going to be and the resources needed to support operations and capital as well. And as we've discussed significantly, the changes that we're seeing with construction and timelines at this point are making it very difficult to anticipate how much projects are going to cost and how long they take to deliver. And so the ability to price them closer to delivery enables us to be more accurate in our estimates and our communication about how much individual projects are actually going to cost. What it also allows for is it provides staff with additional time to actually scope projects. And as you're likely aware, the scope of a project also significantly increases a budget. So as an example, I think a parks project is a great example. We can expect and know that we need to construct a new park, but until we've done all of the work to talk to the community, talk to the neighborhoods, talk to the Parks Commission, talk to the Planning Commission, the scope of that project can change significantly over time, which means the cost can change significantly over time. And so what we're trying to do is provide ourselves with more flexibility and more time up front to identify what are the projects, what do the projects actually look like, identify then what they're going to cost, and also how much time realistically is it going to take to deliver those projects. And so that's sort of to orient everybody to the issues that we're trying to solve. That's where the funding bucket strategy comes in. In the next couple of slides, we'll walk through that. But in addition to that, after we walk through what the funding buckets would look like, we also have a number of things we would like to recommend to your council for consideration that will help us and provide you with the opportunity to guide staff in how we govern the CIP to make sure that we're doing it consistently year over year, that we're setting a high standard of delivery and transparency and responsiveness to the community, and to make sure that when there's other people sitting in all of our seats someday, that we're still continuing to provide that same level of delivery and service to our community. So this slide is a very high-level representation of what we're looking at. Again, this funding bucket approach is one that we're recommending only for use for asset maintenance and asset replacement projects. And so if you envision the light blue circle to be the totality of both an asset maintenance projects and asset replacement projects. Those projects would be broken out into these 10 buckets, which are really intended to group projects that are similar in terms of the service or the amenity that they provide to the community. And so, again, all of the buckets combined would represent the total cost of asset maintenance and asset replacement projects budgeted in any given year, but the budget would be divided and controlled at the funding bucket level. And again, we'll walk through this, but it's a bit of a change in how appropriation is currently done. Currently, with adoption of the financial plan and then the budget supplement every other year, staff seeks appropriation to individual projects from your council. And so we give $20,000 to this project, $100,000 to this project, and so on. And, you know, those are estimates, but that's what ends up getting appropriated. And so what we're seeking is the opportunity to group those individual projects into different buckets and get appropriation for a bucket in totality rather than the individual projects, which then allows staff the flexibility to move money within a bucket. If this project comes in higher, this project comes in lower, this project is delayed, so we're not going to spend money on it, and we need to move that money over to this project, similar to what we did with the paving project during the supplement with the reprioritization of a number of projects.
Sorry, 1 second, please.
Sorry, I'm just conscious of the time. This seems like an awesome program, and I'm wondering if we're maybe if the presentation is taking it to a deeper level, then we maybe need to be able to do appropriate level of deliberation. And I know that there's other big agenda items on here, so I'm just wondering if we want to go through it in a little bit less detail, because it is.
Yeah, we can
is
move
there
through the
something-
presentation. I think we shared with you in advance, so we can cover kind of, we're looking for feedback tonight, so we're anxious to get to that portion as well. We just wanted to make sure that there was a firm understanding. This process was born out of the study that was done last year by Management Partners. So we'll go through these slides and
And I
get to
don't
the
want to rush if
deliberations
my
piece.
colleagues want this level of detail. I feel really comfortable with what we've been able to prepare ahead of time, so.
I just think that we're probably getting close to the end. I don't know how many slides there are, 80-something, I thought.
We're not going to be spending as much time on the remaining slides. We
Okay.
wanted to really identify the issue up front and then, move quickly through the remaining.
I'm okay with just letting it play out.
Okay,
personally.
Thank you.
So just as a sort of visual representation of what is our current approach versus our recommended approach, there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot that we're not intending to change. We're still going to identify projects by type, meaning asset maintenance, replacement, or new assets. We will still identify individual projects and then tasks within a project, but we're looking for appropriation at a different level. So again, at the funding bucket level on the right-hand side of the screen versus at the project level, which is currently the way that it works on the left-hand side of the screen. As another visual representation of this, this is what the current CIP recommendations look like in the budget document. Again, budget appropriation happening at the individual project with staff having discretion to move money between the various tasks that roll up into the project. And again, tasks are sort of sub-projects that accomplish the overall goal of a project. And then on the next slide is a representation of how the buckets would be proposed to work. So instead of allocating, appropriating budget to each of the individual projects shown in light blue, staff would instead identify and publish for council, REOC, and community review what are the estimated budgets for these projects. All of those estimated budgets would be totaled up to including contingencies as we normally budget for projects, totaled up to inform staff in their recommendation, the council's adoption of a funding bucket that would cover the anticipated estimated costs of all of those projects. Again, staff would then have, the idea is that staff would then have the ability to move budget between any of those projects shown in the light blue, similar to the discretion that staff currently has today to move money between tasks within a project. So again, the benefits of the bucket approach are, that it enables staff to be nimbler in responding to cost overruns, as well as changed prioritization to deliver projects, enables us to price projects closer to when they are initiated, and also gives us more time to develop project scopes, which should ultimately help to streamline project delivery and avoid a lot of the time that we spend, I think, talking about, evaluating and reevaluating how a project is delivered and routinely communicating that and having to change the communication around the plan for a project. So understanding that this significantly changes the level of appropriation that your council would provide to a project. The next slide sort of identifies some of the governance structures that are already either in place or we are recommending to put in place. And so one of the questions and concerns that came up in our September conversation with the REOC was the opportunity for REOC and council to weigh in on behalf of the community about project overruns and do it in a timely manner that could guide staff in the appropriate way. And so as a reminder, the purchasing policy that was most recently updated and adopted in May of this year requires council authorization and will still require council authorization to award construction contracts over $200,000. With the price of things these days and moving forward, given our expanded CIP, most projects are going to fall in that category, meaning that staff will continue to be in front of your council to provide regular updates and seek direction if it's necessary. In addition to that, we're working through a change to a recommended budget adjustment process that really is intended to force consideration of the overall CIP and not just this project needs money, so we're going to take it and put it over here, but considering really the broader impacts to the CIP overall if a project is over budget. And then we're working on, and it's included in attachment D to the staff report this evening, a template that we would provide quarterly to report to both REOC and the City Council on both project status as we do today, but also how the money is moving around within a bucket, which would again provide REAC and council the opportunity to weigh in if there are any concerns with how that money is flowing. And then finally, and we'll talk about this more in January, we do have policy language that we're working on. The summary of that is on the next slide, but that's really intended to sort of clarify existing processes, clean up some policy language that's old, and then govern, again, the funding buckets and expand the role of the CIP review committee to make sure that there's just broader governance day-to-day of the CIP. So that concludes that portion of the presentation, and I believe I'm turning it back over to Brigitte to wrap up.
Thank you so much, Emily. And
I know you're going to round up, but I'm going to take a 5-minute break for all of us. And
Okay.
stand
All
up,
righty. Very
stretch,
good.
enjoy. Well, thanks everyone for your patience and a quick break, and I'll pass it back to Brigitte.
Thank you so much, and really all that remains for me is to go back to the recommendation. Most of the slides that we showed to you are really review and comment and give feedback, but we do have 2 recommendations that we require action from the City Council as it pertains to a resolution that we're seeking to pass. We have one issue with the Housing Trust Fund. We actually had dedicated $40,000 from the trust fund to the Community Development Department operating budget. However, unfortunately, that appropriation didn't happen, so it fell into fund balance, from which we now need to move it and provide the department with a budget. And the other item within the resolution is really a correction to the 2022-23 appropriation limit, spending limit, also known as the GON limit. We did our initial calculation, which came up with about 7.5% increase, but we subsequently received information from the state's Department of Finance that we ought to use 7.55%. And so we had to redo the calculation, and our auditors asked that the City Council revisit the appropriation limit and adjust it for this year so we can include it in our financial statements. And as a conclusion, as we continue planning for the 23-25 financial plan, you have a continued commitment to good fiscal management and stewardship. We continue the tradition of the public engagement as we seek input from the community for the financial plan, and we continue with quality service throughout our departments, our programs, delivering the services that the community expects. And so as many challenges probably still lay ahead with the still uncertainty. I'm tired of that word. I shared that with you before. It's been 2 years of uncertainty and unprecedented, but here we are. But there are most certainly also many opportunities and great things ahead of you. So with that, we're bringing it back to the recommendation and back to the City Council for comments, questions you might have.
Thank you so much. And I believe the uncertainty of retirement will be different than the uncertainty of our economic forecast.
Probably true, yes, and it's true, right? I had joked with your city manager that this will be the final curtain, so to speak. So it's been a pleasure presenting these years to your City Council with the budgetary deliberations for the city.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Marks, questions?
Yes, I do have a question about the funding bucket idea. And I noticed there were a lot of different programs in that one bucket that you showed. Yeah. So just clarify for me how if the City Council has set that a certain amount of money should go to, say, the open space program or parks maintenance or the wastewater treatment plant or all those different things that were in that bucket. What protections are there to make sure that those priorities that council sets are still maintained as funding priorities? In other words, you're talking about convenience for staff, you're talking about delays and time to bring things to City Council, but I'm concerned about and it's a question, not an accusation, how do we protect the priorities that council has set for the public so that it's not just a matter of, oh, well, we've got a big amount of money here, so let's do this, let's do that. So I hope you understand my question. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. That's what the governance piece is intended to assure there's the opportunity to do. So again, the quarterly reporting to REOC and the city council as a part of the quarterly financial reports, I think provides a pretty good cadence on which to sort of talk about these types of the projects that are happening and what's not happening. So again, in addition to reporting on project status, we're intending to be providing a full accounting of how money has been allocated within a bucket to a project, how much has been spent on those projects that the money has been allocated to, so that council has a heads up about how much money might be needed in addition for a project beyond what staff has already allocated to it, so that there's kind of a fuller picture of how does one project impact the ability to deliver another project within the bucket. Signals, do we maybe need to have some additional conversation about, is more funding needed in that bucket? That's a council question. That's something that only council would be able to appropriate to. But I think also, the opportunity to come before council per purchasing guidelines to talk about bid awards and all of the other things that the purchasing policy requires staff to do also provides for periodic check-ins on those projects that are at a dollar amount that would really cause any amount of concern about spending more on this means less for this over here. So that's what we're recommending, but I also think that there's probably additional opportunities if there are certain things at budget development time that your council, in appropriating funding to a bucket would like to call out and say, hey, this is something that we're primarily and really concerned about. We want to make sure this project gets done. I think that we could talk kind of on an ongoing basis about those special projects that are identified to provide you with the comfort that you need in order to appropriate at that higher level, provide staff with the discretion, but also feel comfortable in the things that are your priorities and you really want to see get done or are progressing.
Just to hop in, I think that to answer the question very directly is we would not propose a governance structure that would allow staff to move money between buckets. That would be within the sole discretion of the city council. And then I think as Ms. Jackson pointed out, is that when we bring projects for award, let's say there's 10 projects that were in that bucket and we determine that, there's now not enough funding, we would clearly delineate for the council, here's what we would recommend where we pull the funding from. And so we may have to pull funding from a project, so not all the projects on that list are funded. And this is really about just expediting delivery, because we know right now we're spending more time, sometime on the accounting side than we are on the delivery side. And we want to really get to the delivery because we've got a very ambitious capital improvement program. So there'll be the same transparency. And so for tonight, I think if there are governance or transparency needs that the council wants to see, we'll then work those into the policy, and then those will come back as fiscal policies as part of the financial plan.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I'm going to back up a little bit from the bucket concept to just the overall and some of the information that was in the presentation earlier that kind of gives us context going into the financial planning process. First of all, as has already been noted, super thorough slide presentation, lots of detail. I really appreciate the 50,000 sort of foot view, looking back at everything from the general plan to the major city goals to, the special projects and how all of our departments are set up and what percentage of the budget they all are. It's all super helpful as we kind of keep in mind as we head into getting feedback from the community. But couple of sort of topics that you covered in the earlier part of the slideshow there were some slides about, we get a lot of questions about parking. Over the last several months in particular, I've gotten a lot of questions about parking. And I think you had slides 39 and 40-ish, where you talked about the parking revenue and expense and how that will significantly, it'll be underfunded essentially within the next couple of years. Could you maybe just explain that a little bit in a little bit more detail and how that relates to the parking fee increases?
So the two slides that we actually showed you showed one if we didn't enact the rate increases, while the other one actually showed with the rate increases right now scheduled how the fund then would actually be made whole and start to build back up that fund balance. Without those increases, the fund balance would relatively quickly go negative and continue to go negative. So the fund would not be able to maintain, and most certainly not maintain, the debt issuance that it is about to incur, which we're looking at about $47 million, which then of course triggers an annual payment in debt payment. And that's really what would bring the fund out of balance if we did not enact the rate increases that you have adopted.
And why would that happen so quickly? It basically looked like it happened within a year's time frame. So just for the...
I think there are a couple of things. The parking fund had previously built up working capital to pay everything for that fourth parking structure up to vertical construction. So as we start spending that money on design and site preparation, we utilize quite a bit of that fund balance up that we had built up. But of course, the parking fund also has been very heavily hit in the pandemic. It's reduced its regular revenue to about a third of what it usually gets. So these 2 years obviously then further necessitated to draw on that fund balance. So it's not only the project cost, it's also the loss in revenue, while of course operations continued to go on and incurred expenditures. So that's why you see relatively quickly a downturn within that fund balance that's now depleting much heavier than it probably would have if we hadn't had a pandemic that hit that fund actually by far the hardest.
The other thing that I wanted to ask about was childcare. Lots of references to childcare even in our core services. And a lot of money expended over the last several years on new child care initiatives, but also mention of wait lists and things like that in our current child care program. So could you talk about maybe an explanation of what those child care funds have? Not the basic programs. I think most of us know what the basic programs that we have, but why do we have those wait lists despite the fact that we've seemed to have been investing more in the last couple of years?
And for this one, I will call a friend. Probably Greg Avakian, your Parks and Recreation Director, will come up to address that question.
All right, good evening. I'll do my best. It's multifaceted is the answer with that one. We've got staff resources, facility resources, and financial resources that are all in need really to support the whole community. Parks and Recreation in the city has focused on the school-age population as our traditional focus, and then economic development has been the key players in supporting our local businesses and families with the scholarships and the grants for new businesses. So as we move forward out of the pandemic, we have definitely had more increased support from both council and our partnerships with the school district in supporting childcare for the families in our community. I think right now we're looking at maximum capacity at a school site with all 5 school sites and what classrooms or multi-purpose rooms we're able to use. We have some modular units at one school site that allows us to have more ownership in a sense of those rooms, but it is based also on what the school district requirements are for their enrollment, which has also increased this past year coming out of pandemic. So we're kind of in an era right now where we're working with our partnerships with school districts, private partnerships, and our colleagues such as the YMCA, who also provide in the countywide, let's say it's like Los Ranchos, which is part of the school district, but outside the city limits to provide care. So as we kind of move forward with hiring, recruitment challenges, financial challenges, and then facility spaces.
And Councilmember Short, I just hop in here. You do have a whole separate item that'll be coming to the city council. We funded a report a few years ago in partnership with Cal Poly, the county, and the school district to look at opportunities to overall strengthen childcare in our community. And so that full report will be coming to the city council.
Thank you, that's helpful. So some of the limitations aren't necessarily the amount of funding that the city has provided. Their hiring, their space limitations that are dependent on the school districts and et cetera.
Yeah, our program is a state licensed program, which has certain ratio requirements. We've had, obviously, the occupancy loads at the school, or different school district and school sites that have been impactful as well. And then obviously just trying to, the hiring pool and demand for childcare, much like our bus drivers and nurses and lifeguards, are all in that same recruitment challenges, which is more of a national challenge right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There's so many things, but I'll leave them for deliberation. Just on 527, back to the fund, parking fund, with the rate increases on 527, that means July 1st, the 75 minutes free is still scheduled to stop, right? On that one?
That is correct, yes. Right now, you postponed the elimination of the 1 hour by 1 year.
Okay.
Yes, and the parking fund was made whole through an allocation of the state and local fiscal recovery funds that we moved to the parking fund.
Okay, thank you. Would love to see a slide that has that still in it, but anyway.
And that'll be a point of discussion. You know, we've got gateless technology and some other things, so part of your discussion on parking and access will be some options to look at alternatives, assuming the technology supports that. So we've got some other points along the way for the council to check in with council. But if you recall, we needed the rate increases to then go out and start talking to the banks in order to secure the funding to begin construction.
Thank you. Any other questions from my council members? Councilmember Schwarzman.
Sorry, one more that I forgot. I think it says somewhere in the report about, it talks about cannabis revenue, I think, and cannabis, the number of cannabis businesses that are open. And I think it says that 2 businesses didn't open this past year. So how many do we have, and how many would we ultimately have? And do we have any projection on the revenue when we're fully open?
Right, yeah. So right now, the largest impact is really for the lack of that third retailer. And we had anticipated that the third retailer that we can actually have within the city limits would be open by now. But unfortunately, that has not come to fruition, and so we will have to adjust that. There are other businesses that are within the city limits and are continue. I think that we will not open another application process till July.
Yeah, we've got to check in with council in the spring. One more check-in based upon the direction that the council gave us. And then presuming that other factors fall into place, we'll open the application process for the third retailer.
Right, yeah. And so that's really, that anticipation is currently in the budget. And since that has not come to fruition, we'll have to adjust that revenue at mid-year.
So we have 2 out of 3 right now,
Retailers,
okay,
yes,
that's
yeah.
what I
But there are
wanted.
a multitude of other businesses active, including businesses that come into town for delivery of services that also remit the tax.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one. Bob Vesley.
Is this on? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council. First of all, I wanted to, I'm Bob Vesley in here. I'm here tonight representing Friends of La Loma Adobe. And I first of all wanted to congratulate the mayor and Councilman Shorsman on their reelection, and to let Councilperson Christensen know that you will be missed on this dais. And also, I'd like to remind you that within the city, there are quite a number of nonprofits and interest groups who are here and who are positioned to help the city move the city council's goals. For example, the Friends of La Loma Adobe. We have partnered with the city, and we've been working well with Bob Hill, your natural resources official, to foster the culture, heritage, and, to borrow a term from the current budget document, community vitality. I think it's on the chart there on the wall. And I know it's way too early to talk about a specific project in the budget process, but I would just hope that you would keep in mind these cultural resources when going through this process of setting the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so who would like to go first? All right, I'll go. No. Oh, Councilmember Pease, go ahead.
Yeah, my comments are brief. I do echo Councilmember Shorsman's appreciation of the process. It's super helpful to have all that information and to have it in a way that is approachable to the public, as always, as we think about these priorities. And I think I'm supportive of the change to the buckets. I think that makes a lot of sense within that range. I think there've already been kind of comments about transparency that are being addressed, and so I don't have other concerns there. Yeah, no, I'm ready to move forward whenever.
Well, I do have some concerns. So I think I appreciate the idea of being able to get things done quickly, and especially when it comes to a large public sector organization that is challenging. And I also am concerned that, without this coming to the REOC first, I think in coming to us first, I'm just not sure about the accountability aspect of it. And so how can I say to a public individual or, person in the community, don't worry, there won't be a shell game going on, and it feels like it just doesn't feel very solid. So I know this isn't the only, and there will be more more chances for us to have comments later. But I think just really maybe a visual explanation of it in the future would be helpful, because if it's in the same bucket, but we might have made a different decision, I'm worried that we're going to be in it a little bit too late sometimes. Because I feel like if we're already on track and the money's already gone, or getting close to gone, I just don't want to see this council or future councils kind of get pinned into a space where they can't move budgetarily. So that just concerns me around the accountability and transparency. And it makes me feel like we're kind of moving from earmarked accountability to non-discretionary funds. I know that's not what's happening. I mean, I saw the slides and I get it, but I just want to figure out a better way to be able to explain that would be wonderful. And bear with me here. And just when it comes to the trade-offs, I guess it's kind of continuing the same thought really, is just wanting to see more clarity on how that process would happen. Because I think that's where we all know that we have to be responsible for making the trade-offs when it comes to money being tight. And if in this future we see, recession or whatever reasons that we see less money, what does that look like and how do we do it? I'd really like to see more clear opportunities for us to be able to make those changes. So while there's typically recommendations that are awesome and well thought out, and I appreciate it, and we often go with them, sometimes we have another idea that we'd like to throw in there, and I'm sometimes not sure that we can get that in with the buckets, and hope we can change the buckets name as well. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, I had the benefit of a gender review earlier today, so I had a chance to ask a lot of questions about the bucket concept. And I have some similar concerns to the mayor. I expressed them today. transparency, mostly, what is going to be in each bucket. And if we're wanting to wait longer, what I heard earlier today was that one of the reasons is for the buckets is to be able to wait a little bit longer, closer to when we might actually be able to put this project into play and start to build it, to get the final estimates for the costs. And if we're waiting longer on that, how would we know that the bucket we've created even covers a fraction of the costs of the projects that are in the bucket? And at what point would council be able to reprioritize what's in the buckets if we are so close to fruition that, I think kind of what you were saying, that we might get sort of pigeonholed into not really being able to backpedal on something and change course a little bit. So those are some of my concerns. I also was a little bit confused just on there was a section of the staff report that talked about the policy changes, and that I just didn't understand the table very well about what those policy changes would be. And so I think it would be helpful to really flesh that out a little bit more fully with the REOC and make sure that they're really comfortable with the recommendation before it comes back to us, because I think they are really spending the time and the energy to figure out what bothers them about it. And then they can sort of be our initial sounding board. So I would appreciate, another, I know you're planning to go back to them in December, but hopefully they will have some good feedback about how to lessen those concerns about transparency and being able to change course if priorities change. And I also wondered, I think you were alluding to this also, Mayor Stewart, about how the council and the community would get notified of changing priorities within the buckets. I saw in the slideshow quarterly updates, which I think is kind of what we get now. But if there isn't really a document where a community member can go to, at the ready somewhere on the website. Right now they can go to the budget and they can see all the projects that are sort of prioritized and what's going to happen. Where could they go to find out if projects within a bucket get moved around? So those are some of my concerns with the prioritization, the bucket concept.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Pardon? Oh, yeah. Well, I think what is being asked is for council to delegate discretion to staff. Discretion that now lies with the council. It's inconvenient, it takes time, it can take 60 days for something to come to council. So you're asking for something, various items, not to come to council, but to be handled on the staff level. And so for administrative convenience, I think administrative convenience is very important. But I also think that our responsibility to the residents to set budgets and make sure that budget decisions are carried out appropriately, I place that at a very high priority. There may have to be trade-offs within the buckets. We're always told, oh, you can't do something new because you have to do trade-offs. Well, I'm concerned about projects being reprioritized within the bucket, which may not comport with what the public expects or what council has set as a priority. And I sure don't want to be in a situation where council ends up kind of chasing around public concerns. It's like, oh, this was supposed to happen and now it's not because the money's been reallocated from parks to wastewater. We're going, what? So I think there is an opportunity for a great deal of public confusion and loss of accountability. So I think that what either the city manager or Brigitte said that we do need to have fiscal policies, or if we decide to go this way, there need to be a great number of protections and accountability, protections and accountability kind of sounding boards that would just make sure that we're still on track. So transparency, what you're talking about, but also who's making the decisions? Is it the city manager? Is it the finance director? Is it, when you say staff, staff is a big, wonderful category. And again, I think it's an interesting concept, but I really feel it's got some potential pitfalls. And I'd love to know, I think this definitely needs to come back to council, also with how other cities do it, or are we like the bucket experiment of the world, or how does this actually play out in real time? So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marks. I believe the buckets stay within the buckets, parks to parks, or not, parks couldn't go to wastewater, so I think we're good there. And I think staff would be the project manager based on the report, so, and I do want to say, based on the transparency and accountability, I also understand it's about efficiency and money saving, so I do want to make sure I appreciate that. So, Vice Mayor Christensen.
Sure. Do whatever you want. No. No, I appreciated the report, as always, Brigitte. I must applaud you. From the time I started 9.5 years ago to now, it's amazing. I'm a non-budget person, as you know. I'm a numbers person, so it's just been a joy to read our budgets instead of really not understanding a word that they said. So that's great. And you're welcome. I also appreciate the fact that we are in a really different situation than we have been over the years in terms of budgeting and funding. We all know this. We have projects listed in our CIP plan, in our budget. We funded them, and then something complete, a war in Russia starts, and a component cannot be purchased, and it's not going to be purchased for 2 years. We want to do some technological thing like have virtual meetings at the same time. We can't do it because it's 10 months or a year and a half before we get the supplies. We are bound and determined to build a park in the Rigetti Ranch, and there is no staff person to actually plan the park. So that's the problems we are having today, and we've talked about this so much about trying to become more flexible and go with the flow on these things, but also deal with the issues that I've heard all of you raise in terms of transparency and authority and making sure we're getting what we thought we were getting when we do our budgeting. And I think that this idea is meant to address that conflict, that situation there. Perhaps the word buckets wasn't the best, I don't know. But the concept, as I understand it, would be that there would still be a list of prioritized CIP project that we all could, and that we'd get through our budgeting process. But they would be lumped together. They, first of all, would deal mainly with property maintenance and replacement, not with the biggies. So it wouldn't be, you wouldn't put the wharf in there with your regular wastewater, that's the idea. So you're talking about a certain level of CIP project, and they do stay in the same grouping. So you never would take parks and put it over in wastewater. That's just not going to happen. But you would have this group of projects that you said, okay, we have 10 group of projects, and we think this, and it would still say, we think this is about 200,000, this is about $1 million, because we have to come up with a total, so they each have individual things. But as time goes forward into the budget cycle, staff could see, this isn't going to happen in this budget cycle because of this major thing going on, whatever it is, a war, a staffing issue, a funding issue. We get a grant that covers the whole darn thing, so we don't even need the money anymore. We can do something else. And that's what I think staff is asking for, is the ability to move faster on that while very much keeping council and the community informed, but being able to do that faster than 60 days or 90 days, because that sometimes we have seen actually affects our ability to get that funding, to qualify for a thing, to make sure the permits come through correctly or aren't going to come through correctly, so we're moving it over there or this. We've done that a lot of times in the last couple of years, way more than we never did it before, never. I mean, we sometimes get requests to add more money to the budget because there wasn't enough, but we never just said, hey, we're not going to do this bike road over here because, first of all, it got paid for by a grant, and second of all, none of the permits are going to come through. But we have this major thing over here that needs to get done, and they're very similar. It's not that we're not going to do this, and it's not a priority. It's like it literally can't be done right now. So we're going to put the money here, and by the time we're ready to do this, the money that we were going to spend on this one is going to be ready for that one. So that's the idea, I think. And I think it's great. What I think is great is that you're trying to figure out ways to do this in a way that's legal and that is transparent and that makes sense in terms of budgeting, which you have to kind of set everything out, but also takes into account the need for flexibility in ways that we never even dreamed of, that still fit in, again, into the legal requirements of city financial management. So this is, if this is legal, which I presume it is, this is a great way to start. I think, as you've just noticed, it might need a little more flushing out in terms of explaining it to the public and doing it in a real concrete way so people understand that we're not talking about just taking a bunch of money and saying, well, maybe we're going to spend it on this, maybe we're going to spend it on that. We'll let some person down in the dungeon decide. It's going to be more. It's going to be. I think what's going to dictate it is not the person. It's going to be the circumstances in the real world of trying to do projects. It'll be things like staffing, permitting, funding. So it will be circumstances that drive this, not an individual saying, let's forget this bike thing. I don't like bike things. Let's do over here and do this instead. That isn't the way it's going to work. But I think all the concerns that we've raised and talked about will be very useful for staff in terms of not only communicating and educating, but in formulating policies that approach it. So good job in even trying to tackle the concept of flexibility in government funding and spending. And I wish you luck, but I won't be here.
So Madam Mayor, just so we can wrap this up, I think what we've heard is there's openness to the concept. You want some cool tools for transparency, reporting, and deliberate decision-making by the council if there's projects that are not gonna move forward or if there's changes in those priorities. I just want to remind the council, when you come up with these projects, you don't come up with a priority list. I mean, there's no real prioritization of A through F on, for example, bike improvements. That isn't done. So I've heard loud and clear, you want some transparency, some reporting as part of that. We will do that as part of the quarterly reports. As we mentioned earlier, this is the beginning of the conversation. This is not the end. So there's a lot of work to happen in front of us. We checked in with the REOC, we got their feedback, we got some feedback from you tonight. We'll go back to the REOC, have a conversation with them, and then we'll come back to the city council and we'll have a full discussion about policy and governance to see if we can right-size this to match what the council's expectation that you've set tonight.
That sounds great. And I do understand we don't do the prioritizing of A through F, but if we can only do A through D because then financing isn't available, I think that's the part that we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the alternative to this is that, and Councilmember Pease knows this, when our phase of our project, when we really haven't scoped something, what you could do is just add a huge, unknown contingency on top of it. And then we would just do less projects, and then we would then have to reallocate those contingencies and do a lot of accounting work. That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to avoid a lot of unnecessary duplicative accounting work and then budget in a lot of contingencies that otherwise don't need to be budgeted.
That makes sense. Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman, no?
I was just going to try to get clarification based on what you just said. So is the idea to try and refine this in time to use it in this budget?
Correct, yeah, we want to use this in this budget. We've got a CIP now for the first time that, which is great. It's 3x, 4x than we've ever had. On top of that, we're gonna see, Inflation Reduction Act funding, infrastructure funding. So one of the recommendations, this came from management partners. This was not, and with all due respect, this was not out of staff convenience. This is more about delivering what you're asking for. That's why we're trying to do this. We want to deliver the things that the council has asked for. So they looked at it and said, this is insane. You're spending way too much time on financial management rather than project delivery. And so here's how you can do it in terms of a best practice. And I agree, the vernacular, the terms probably could have been more artful. We'll refine those in a way that gives the council greater confidence that there's still some precision, but at the same time, some flexibility to deliver the outcomes you're looking for. Because at the end of the day, that's what you're asking us for us to do.
Perfect, thank you. Councilmember Marks?
Thank you. I just want to echo what everyone else has said about the thoroughness and completeness and the depth of this presentation. It's really mind-boggling, and I'm glad you gave it to us early. I would, when the moment is appropriate, like to move for
You can
staff's
go ahead and move.
recommendation. There are two recommendations, and I'd like to move that and conclude this item if possible.
You can go ahead and do that now.
Is this the time? Okay, so adopt a draft resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Luis Obispo, California, approving an amendment to the 2022-23 budget allocation to appropriate $40,000 of the city's general fund unassigned fund balance into the operating budget to contribute to the Housing Trust Fund and correction period, and also correction to the 2022-23 appropriations limit."
Thank you. Councilmember Shoresman?
I'll second it.
Great. Can we have roll call?
Councilmember Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the deliberation as well. All right, moving forward. Okay, so we have Deputy City Manager Greg Herman and DEI Manager Bea Makikau.
With that, I'm going to be stepping in for Greg again. So we have Bea Makikau, our talented DEI manager, who's going to be making the presentation. And I know we have members from the HRC, and they will be addressing the council as well on the proposed changes. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Bea.
Thank you, City Manager Johnson. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and members of the council. I'm here tonight joined by Chair Collier Worth and Vice Chair Kasperzak, who's also in the audience, to discuss the adoption of a resolution to amend the advisory body handbook for revision of the Human Relations Commission's purpose statement and bylaws. The staff recommendation today is to adopt a draft resolution amending the purpose statement and revising the bylaws specifically to change the residency requirement for up to 2 commissioner seats. So background context on this: on August 3rd, 2022, the Human Relations Commission updated their purpose statement in an effort to be more aligned with the diversity, equity, and inclusion major city goal and the overall purview of the Human Relations Commission. Commissioners added particular language around ensuring broad representation in commission initiatives. And on October 5th, 2022, the Human Relations Commission directed staff to add an item for the future agenda to discuss the Human Relations Commission bylaws, particularly to discuss their alignment with their updated purpose statement and to consider revising the current residency requirement for commissioners. On November 2nd, the commissioners unanimously voted to approve the updated language regarding the adjustment of residency requirements, which I'll go into full detail in a moment. Additional context for council to consider is the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force included a recommendation that speaks specifically around increased access and inclusion to civic learning and leadership opportunities for Black, Indigenous people of color, and LGBTQ plus communities, which is important context in the discussion regarding the residency requirement adjustment. So to first begin with the revision to the purpose statement, what is underlined is what is being proposed to be changed in the purpose statement. So currently, what exists is, it is the purpose of the Human Relations Commission to advise and make recommendations to the City Council which promote and advance inclusion, mutual understanding, respect, and equitable treatment to all members of the SLO City community. In addition to this purpose statement, and a revision would be included as follows. The HRC promotes and improves human relations and equity by working with city staff to provide a forum where marginalized members of our community can raise issues as it relates to the Commission's focus areas, air complaints, or look for resources within the city. Encourage local nonprofits to take new creative approaches to solve the most prevalent human service needs in our community, build community partnerships, and ensure broad representation in Commission initiatives. The potential revision to the residency requirement is underlined and is as follows. The HRC has 7 members. 5 members must be residents and registered voters of the city. Up to 2 members may be residents and registered voters of San Luis Obispo County or Cal Poly campus with a significant connection to the city of San Luis Obispo, such as employment or academic study, to ensure equitable and inclusive representation on the commission in alignment with the HRC purpose and city's diversity, equity, and inclusion goals. Some precedent regarding the residency requirement adjustment. Currently, our Mass Transportation Committee allows for 2 positions to be exempt from the city residence requirement to ensure representation from a Cal Poly student and a faculty member, as their insight and experience and expertise is relevant to the work of that committee. And the city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force did not include a residency requirement for all members, noting the lack of racial diversity among city residents and the necessary insights of diverse populations outside of city residents. I will also add, this is not requiring that 2 commission seats are outside of city residents. It's merely providing the opportunity for expanded participation for those that are invested in the community and may not live within the city to participate in the commission. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Chair Collier-Worth or Vice Chair Kasperzak to add any additional comments or insight.
Angie's on no. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Chair Collier-Worth of the Human Relations Commission. I would also like to add that I had the pleasure of serving on the DEI task force as well. So even with the timeline that was presented to you, I would like to say that the conversations for these adjustments started all the way back in the task force and have continued that work on through the Human Relations Commission. So this has been years of conversation culminating in this recommendation. And I think it is important, as staff has helped us with this process and highlighted the importance of having the presence of diverse community members in a broader sense of what community means to help shape and make our city more inclusive. Not to belittle the musical Hamilton, I think it's not just important for them to be in the room where it happens, it's important that we make a seat at the table for them to participate.
Thank you, Chair Collier-Worth. And with that, that concludes the staff presentation. Again, with a recommendation to adopt a draft resolution, amending the purpose statement, and revising the bylaws to change the residency requirement for up to 2 commissioner seats. I'll turn it over to council.
Thank you so much. At least they don't have to bring a folding chair, such as Shirley Chisholm would say. Any questions from my council members? Oh, Council Member Pease.
Thank you so much. I'm super supportive of this work. I do have 2 minor wording questions. One is in the mission statement, that first one talk about airing complaints, and I'm wondering if that was intentional versus airing concerns. Complaints seem, has some other associations.
I don't believe, and I'll turn it to Chair Collier-Worth to expand, but there was specific intention behind complaints. The intention behind it was really to air concerns, and also just to feel there was a place to share even experiences around discontent. A lot of it came from conversations around a place to share acts of bias, so that's really where it stemmed from, and having an opportunity or a commission to do so, but there wasn't, I think, specific intention behind the word complaint.
So concerns might be able to fit the,
Terminology of complaint might have been a carryover from some of the older terminology, which also included a place for tenant relations to be able to be aired at the Human Relations Commission. So it might just not have been wordsmithed to be in complete correlation to the new thought process.
okay, so we can talk about that. And then the other one is really just I think is logistic of the voting right, registered voters of San Luis Obispo County or Cal Poly campus. I would just say San Luis Obispo County, including Cal Poly campus, right? Because legally it is in the county, so. Okay, other than that.
Yeah, that's a great question. Councilmember Marks, or change, I mean.
Yeah, I have a question, why the language that says that the advice of the Human Relations Commission to the council is to create an environment within the city in which all persons can enjoy equal rights and opportunities regardless of race, religion, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, age, or physical, mental, or economic status. Why should that be eliminated? I think it's pretty good myself, so I just have a question, why that couldn't be like just another bullet in the list of things that the HRC does.
I think the intention behind the original discussion was just to be more expansive, to go beyond, that language was historically used in like legal terminology, and so to not confuse the public with the HRC as a legal binding body around acts of discrimination, and to be more expansive. However, given your feedback earlier today, I did want to just, for a visual representation, and I'll also change the adjustments recommended by Councilmember Pease on this slide, include what the statement would look like, adding the language back in as an additional bullet point into the current suggested revision of the purpose statement. So per Councilmember Marks' recommendation, it would be added as an additional bullet point at the end of the currently revised purpose statement, and including Councilmember Pease' recommendations.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and you know, when you're in the proposed language, equitable treatment to all members of the SLO City community, I think that's great, but the word, when you say all members, it's taken on a certain valence in these DEI discussions that may continue in time or may drop away, and that's why I like the more specific, so that people also can say, oh yeah, I see, okay, this is what you're doing, so, thank you.
If there's no other questions, do we have?
Madam Mayor, Council.
So sorry, I guess, go
May I
ahead.
make a suggestion on that language, just that we add a comma at the end, or other protected status, because this list is not comprehensive as it relates to all of the various statutes that protect rights and could be growing.
Yes, during deliberation, I was gonna suggest we say including but not limited to, but yes.
And I just want to hop in as well, the change there of, and the city manager, there may be items that are administrative in nature, you know, within the organization and what's in the city manager's purview. We'll report on those to the city council, but it's within the city manager's purview to make administrative changes to be more equitable to, you know, different populations. And so that's why in that instance, in this change, that was reintroduced.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, do you have any public comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, no problem. Vice Mayor Christensen.
I realize I actually had a question. It's with regard to the first bullet point on the revised purpose statement, and it says, provide a forum where marginalized members of our community can raise issues, et cetera, et cetera. And I get why we want to have marginalized members feel welcome, that they're part of the Human Relations Commission's duties, but isn't the purpose broader that any member of our community can raise issues? I don't know what a marginalized, in other words, marginalized seems to me limiting. So I didn't know, marginalized and others, or how we could do that.
Yeah, I think it's a balance of including language in the beginning that kind of talks about advancing inclusion, mutual understanding, and respect for all members of the community, while also centering those most marginalized to be aligned with centering equity in particular within the effort. So really it's for the Human Relations Commission to feel like it's serving the entire community while also centering the needs of those marginalized within the community.
All right, that's fine. I just wanted to get that clarified. Thanks.
Thank you.
I was just going to suggest in that same space, would historically marginalized or underrepresented work? Because then we might be explaining it more for all levels of knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great, thanks.
Is there preference?
I think both would be good, because I feel like there's this aspect of historically marginalized, I think resonates to people who are from underrepresented backgrounds. And I think underrepresented probably is more clear for people who come from the more dominant communities wherever they are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Pease?
I personally, I would, defer to my colleagues, but the last bullet point really, I do find it limiting, because there are so many other ways to be inclusive, that may or may not be specifically legally defined. Cognitive function, marital status, economic, it just feels like there's a lot of other things that you can roll into it. So for me, I would make those other changes, but I would keep that last bullet point off. So that's where I'm weighing in on that one.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, well, I may be the only council member who was on the council when the Human Relations Commission held hearings regarding the fact that the city was renting a space in the Ludwig Community Center to the Boy Scouts, and the Boy Scouts were excluded people on the basis of homosexuality. And that issue was not raised by the gay community. That issue was raised by a whole bunch of really concerned citizens who maybe weren't part of that community, but they were really concerned about it. And so I'm just wondering if the forum, if people who are not in that category of historically marginalized or unrepresented, but are really concerned about people who are in that category, would be somehow not welcome to present that concern for others. So that's my question. I mean, it puts a big burden. I mean, you have to be a member of a historically marginalized or unrepresented member of the community. They're the only ones who can bring these things up. No, because other people are going to really think this isn't right, and they want to bring something up, so.
We are. There were no public comments. That is not what this is saying. It is saying that anyone can bring an issue, but it's providing a forum where people who typically haven't felt comfortable to provide or raise an issue would be able to raise an issue. So it helps people see themselves in this purpose. Do you want anything to add?
Yeah, I would just add, I think it also recognizes some historical barriers to civic process that often either doesn't include or doesn't address inequities in terms of accessibility or engagement for marginalized populations within civic process or, civic engagement. And so I think it was an intentional addition to ensure that marginalized communities who may not currently feel seen or represented within processes come to public comment, for example, to know that there is an advisory body within city government that is a place where they are intentionally being centered and can air areas of concern and perhaps even provide a pipeline to engage in additional and greater process and engagement within the city. And so I think that it's just in addition to and hoping to address potential disparities or inequities for marginalized populations to engage or air concerns in the current process.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Christensen.
I just wanted to say I agree with Councilmember Pease on the last bullet point. I understand why it was suggested, but to me, it does feel limiting because it's not inclusive. It doesn't list all the different things that people can, that differentiate people these days. So yeah, I'm not strongly against it, but I preferred the original bullet points.
Councilmember Shorsman.
I think I'll defer to all of you on what the purpose statement ends up being. I think the changes that have been proposed for the most part are, have enhanced for the most part the purpose, the original purpose, and but I did want to comment on the residency requirement issue for, as we did receive some public comment about the residency requirement a couple weeks ago, I think. And people that might be concerned about sort of allowing people who don't live within the city limits to be on one of our advisory bodies. And I think you said it very well in that it's not a requirement. Maybe I'm stating the obvious and all of my colleagues agree with me, but I think all you have to do is look at the slides we had earlier in our budget. In our budget discussion, our strategic scan about the ethnic and gender makeup of our community and SLO and those who participate and those who don't, and to know that it could be very difficult to find a BIPOC or LGBTQ person to sit on some of these bodies that resides within the city. And if we want to be welcoming to everybody, then we need to find an avenue for somebody who's very involved in this city to have the opportunity to participate in and help us make it more what we, I think, want it to be as a community, more welcoming for everybody. So to me, that's a no-brainer, and it just enhances the purpose.
Thank you. I very much agree on the accessibility and representation aspect of the members, and I also really appreciate it's up to and does not required. As a member also of the DEI task force, that was very clear when we looked at our 95 applications and heard the many stories of people that live here, literally here in SLO County, and the experiences they've had. So personally, why I brought up this last bullet, I did not actually want to see it as a bullet, but I did think that there was validity to the emails that were brought of the loss of understanding that this is included in the all members. So for me, I see all members asterisk, and at the bottom is an asterisk included, all members equals included but not limited to the traditional protected classes, which are blah, blah, blah. Because then that fits in the federal government and the California government standards, and yet we don't have to box people in by having it as an actual itemized item here within the purpose statement. So that's my thought. I don't know if y'all have any additional thoughts to that. Would that be something you think the HRC would accept or be interested in?
I would say it's definitely, and we had much conversation about this very thing in the Human Relations Commission, and I think it was trying to avoid within the actual purpose statement, so I think it is definitely in the spirit of what the Human Relations Commission was going with for your recommendation. was to remove that kind of legalese kind of vibe and energy. We're inviting people to the table. That is the purpose of the Human Relations Commission. And it could be perceived, if it is a full bullet point in the purpose statement, it could be perceived as the very barrier that we're trying to remove.
So do you think the asterisk can work? I'm not sure. I don't need to see it physically up here, but great. Thank you.
I also just
Anything
wanted
else?
to add one note about the residency requirement, that council and council liaisons ultimately have final selection purview over any commissioner seats as well.
Thank you so much. And I did want to add the T-bid also has members that don't live in the city. Any other questions or comments or deliberation? Well, I would like to move the staff recommendation on the changes for the amendments for the Human Relations Commission purpose statement and bylaws. As further amended, thank you. No, we have the asterisk. It's- Yeah. Great, thank you. Councilmember Pease?
Second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks, do you still have a question or comment?
Yeah, just, if that's gonna be an asterisk, then, I mean, it already says all persons. All persons, you're going to have to change that language so that, just so that it says what you said actually earlier, to include, including these
Right.
different categories. In other words, the create and environment language doesn't apply anymore if you're going to make that part of the asterisk.
Yeah,
I think it's
Sorry.
better to just leave it the way it was as the last bullet point myself, because it says all persons. That's more all persons. There's all persons in the top paragraph, and there's all persons at the bottom. And, you know, include, you could say included but not limited to, something like that, if you wanted to. And I think the legal thing is important in there, because the HRC is actually, it does have an aspect of helping preserve people's legal rights. It's not a bad thing to preserve legal rights. It's a good thing. So that's just, I will support whatever the council wants to do. I'm not going to vote against this, but I just think that if an average person is just reading this and is thinking, oh, am I going to come before the HRC or not? It's like, oh yeah, well, I'm in a wheelchair and I can't get into, you know, whatever. They'll think, yeah, well, I'm going to go talk to the HRC about that. So okay, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Christensen?
Yeah, I'll just, we do need to just wordsmith that asterisk a little bit, but I will point out that it's a great compromise. And our HRC themselves have said that that actually is not how people feel in looking at that language. So I'm going to trust their judgment and their discussions and go with the asterisk thing. And I think that's going to be a good way to go. So.
Thank you. And Bea, did you have any additional changes in how that needs to be asterisked?
I was just going to say staff will grammatically finesse the asterisk.
Yeah, that's
so
what I
it
had
conveys
assumed.
council's direction.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, moving forward, can I have a roll call?
Mayor Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Pease,
Yes.
Councilmember Marks,
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Christensen.
Yes.
Thank you, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you for all of your time. Okay, to the last and final item here on our agenda, which is the study session for an update, to receive an update on the recycled water maximization study. And we have Utilities Director Aaron Floyd and Utilities Deputy Director of Water, Michael Borman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you in advance for your time this evening. I wish I had a little more pep like my predecessor, Utilities Director Kerry Mattingly, used to be able to have at this time of night, but in absence of that, I will thank you for your time on this. I am here this evening with Michael Borman, who is the Deputy Director of Water for our Utilities Department. And Michael has prepared and is ready to present to you this evening a series of slides that will hopefully give the background information to facilitate the conversation and the feedback required for our next steps on this. So with that, thank you again for your time. Michael.
All right, good evening and thank you for having us again. I wanted to give a little background information on the city's recycled water program. Starting in 2006, the city began making deliveries of recycled water. We had been working for years and years and years prior to deliveries to launch that program. Back in 2017, the City Council adopted the Recycled Water Plan, which outlined a strategy for future use of recycled water and authorized outside city sales of recycled water if in alignment with specific city policies. At about the same time, in 2017, while working on planning for the wharf upgrade, the city selected equipment that would essentially position us to be able to further treat recycled water for potable reuse in the future. And I'll get into the details of what that means later in the presentation. And as we had more information from the recycled water plan in 2017, we acknowledged that in order to maximize the use of recycled water, we needed to develop a model to understand the availability in the future. And so rather than looking at that from a monthly basis or an annual basis, we really got down to how much is available every day, how much is available at a specific hour, and what does it look like to take online a new customer at any point in time in the future. Then from about 2019 to 2022, the city drafted alongside the county a groundwater sustainability plan, which showed that the city's portion of the basin was largely separate from the Edna Valley portion of the basin, and that the conditions on the two sides of the basin were dramatically different. And then most recently, the Utilities Department staff have been working on a recycled water maximization study, which in many ways is an update to the 2017 recycled water plan, which helps us outline the future uses of recycled water and how to maximize the use of that supply. So tonight we have a long presentation, not as long hopefully as the budget one. Aaron's encouraging me to shorten it up. And we've broken it up into two segments. Really the first half of the presentation, or first third of the presentation, is going to be background information on what recycled water is, the availability to the community, some uncertainty we have in the future, and then what our long-term strategy for recycled water is moving forward. And then we'll open it up to questions and discussion from the council at that point. Those are really non-controversial items, at least in staff's mind, and we're thinking that will be pretty short and straightforward. Following that, we're looking at examining our short-term strategies to maximize recycled water use. So we came up with 3 potential options to do that. Irrigation use inside the city, a program we would refer to as an agricultural offset within the city's side of the groundwater basin, and then potentially outside city sales. After those discussion points, we would again open it back up for final discussion and questions from the council.
And Michael, I'm just going to hop in. So we forecasted 90 minutes total for the item.
Correct.
Not 90 minutes for the presentation. So
Correct.
let's go ahead and just move through. And so it'd be helpful for the council, for the mayor, just to give it in the interest in time, just to, if you want us to move through, you can signal we can move through, and then we'll move through. And if you want more color on the conversation, we can stop and pause. There was a lot of information in the staff report. We don't want to duplicate that. So Michael and Aaron will adjust accordingly.
Yep. So today we have tertiary treated recycled water. Essentially what that means is it can be used for landscape use. It's the way that we're using the water today. What it also means is that it can't be used to recharge the groundwater basin. But recently the state adopted new regulations that allowed us to expand the use of that recycled water through advanced treatment. Advanced treatment is a new layer of treatment which would allow us to ultimately inject that water back into the groundwater basin or push it up to one of our surface water reservoirs for surface water augmentation. And then direct potable reuse, which is not approved by the state, would be where we introduce that water directly back into our water distribution system, either upstream of the water treatment plant or directly downstream. So we often get the question of how much recycled water is available, and it's not as simple as how much is available, it's really a question of what is usable. And so that's going to depend on the location that we deliver the water. We have restrictions related to pipeline capacity for delivery. We have some seasonal constraints for different times of year when it's available or not available. We have restrictions on the end uses of our existing supply, which can only be used for irrigation. And then the question also is, when would those deliveries begin? That would affect how much was available. So if we kind of had to remove all restrictions and just say, what is available to the community today, we have about 3,200 acre feet of wastewater that's treated at the wharf that ultimately could become recycled water. 1,800 acre feet of that is discharged to San Luis Creek as part of our environmental discharge requirement. So that leaves about 1,400 acre feet, of which we use about 300 for our existing irrigation program using recycled water, and then another 300 acre feet that we've kind of entitled to future customers that we know are out there within that area that we can utilize that resource. So that gets us to about 800 in full. We have some uncertainty related to recycled water that we want to make sure the council and community are aware of. The main one is that water conservation continues in the community. We're seeing regulations from the state that are requesting a reduction from 55 gallons per capita daily down to 42 by 2030. So we're anticipating that in the future we'll have less recycled water available than we have today, much like what we've seen since 2006 when we started our program to now. We went from 4.6 million gallons a day to 2.88 million gallons a day. We also have a lot of action up at Cal Poly where they're looking at a master plan expansion, which is designed to expand housing and other buildings and services on campus through about 2035. So that plan requires the construction of a new water reclamation facility on campus. And the theory is that that facility would treat all of the new flow from those buildings, and the city would continue to get water from existing campus core. Unfortunately, there's a time period where those buildings are being constructed where the flow likely won't be enough to operate those facilities, and they may have to shave off some of the existing flow from the city. And then, again, like anything, we have variances in the timelines for development, largely depending on economic conditions. So that could impact the amount of wastewater flowing into the plant. And so again here, just to revisit our long-term strategy for recycled water maximization established in the 2017 recycled water plan was indirect potable reuse. We have had questions from community members about why can't we do this today? And what it really boils down to is we don't have one of the fundamental pieces of equipment that's required to go with the state standard process, which is reverse osmosis. And so the state does provide an opportunity for an alternative, equally effective train of treatment. And that takes some time to demonstrate that it's effective. And so that's a multi-year demonstration period. It's a multi-year construction period. And what we recently learned is that it puts us at about 8 years before we would have advanced treated recycled water using this quote unquote alternatives clause that gets us away from having to use RO for our primary treatment. So I'm sorry, trying to speed through this a little bit. Indirect potable reuse for groundwater recharge is really where we focused in. And the main reasons for that is that it utilizes an environmental buffer, which helps us ensure public health. So the reservoir or the groundwater basin is that environmental buffer, and it ensures that we have time to detect any type of treatment issues that may happen before that water is delivered to the community members. We also have some recharge locations that have already been identified, primarily near Elks Lane. It's in alignment with the city's climate action plan, as it would reduce pumping from Nacimiento, Salinas, Whale Rock, which are far away, and we'd just be pumping a couple miles up from the wharf. And then it wouldn't require a significant amount of additional piping and infrastructure to transport that water. what I think is really one of the biggest benefits is that it helps us with resiliency, and that we wouldn't be primarily focused on treating all of our water from our water treatment plant. We would be able to fall back on groundwater supplies in the future if we needed to, if we had issues with the plant or surface water contamination or any other type of issues. So really builds redundancy into the city's operations. And with that, I did have some potential discussion topics just for this first portion of the presentation, and really just a request for the city council on if they still want to, if you all would still want to continue forward with our current path of utilizing recycled water for groundwater recharge in the long term, which would be kind of 8 years plus.
Would you like the answer now?
Whatever we,
Well, I think these are just questions for us to ponder. I think we'd want to, before you weigh in on this, I think we'd want to hear from public comment. And so if you want to have us finish up the presentation, then we can come back to these discussion topics and then queue up all of them for conversation so that the council discussion benefits from public input.
Sounds good, thank you.
And I do have repeats of these questions at the end of the presentation. So knowing that we have kind of at the shortest 8 years before we would be able to migrate over to potable reuse of recycled water, we really are tasked with trying to figure out how to maximize that resource for the next 8 years. And with that, staff developed 3 goals that we think we should focus in on for short-term maximization of recycled water. The first being that we want to ensure that the city's existing investment in recycled water is protected. I said it in a presentation a while back related to Sigma, but all the cheap water is gone, all the easy water is gone. Anything that we need to purchase in the future, it's not going to be as cheap as water we've gotten in the past. And so it's important that we protect that supply for future generations of the community. We also found it valuable that that water be used to offset the city's current potable use in the city. And that's what we're doing with our current irrigation program. And also that any potential use of that water would generate revenue or cost savings that would benefit the city's water ratepayer. And so with that, we developed 3 short-term strategies for recycled water maximization. These are optional strategies. There's no obligation for the council to send us in the direction of doing any of them. The first would be to continue kind of with the status quo of expanding our recycled water use for irrigation use inside the city. The second would be to exchange recycled water for reduction in groundwater pumping within the San Luis sub-area of the groundwater basin, which I'll provide some more detail on. And the third would be to sell recycled water outside of city limits. For the expansion of in-city recycled water use, just a little background info, we've really built the primary infrastructure around the southern part of town. We have about 15 miles of recycled water pipelines that go through our main corridors, LOVR, Madonna, South Aguera, Tank Farm, Orchid, and then we're gonna be adding Broad in a year or so. Most of these infrastructure costs, the original 8 miles of pipeline, the tank, the pump station, they're all paid off at this point. So we have no outstanding debt on those programs. So moving forward, expansion really is going to be the smaller lines off of that trunk system and should be more cost effective than what we've put in the past. This program today, it generates about $1.3 million in revenue each year, which covers the full cost of that program, which was really a good milestone that we reached over the last year or two. So kind of in summary, some pros and cons of expanded in-city irrigation of recycled water. Provides an immediate offset to potable water use, which is always important, especially during times of drought. It can be accommodated with our existing staffing and funding. We're used to this program. We have people that operate in this realm every day. It's nothing new to us. It provides revenue to the city's water fund, which offsets rates. And it reduces our pumping costs from distant, pumping from distant surface water reservoirs. And it really is low risk for our future expansion of use for groundwater recharge. Another benefit is that right now recycled water isn't a part of regulations from the state for conservation. So during periods of drought, we're able to keep city parks green, parkways green, some business parks and communal areas within some of the multifamily developments. So one of the really neat things that we saw during this drought and the last was having nice green parks, at least in a good portion of town. Some of the cons is it doesn't fully utilize our available supplies during the winter months, so our irrigation drops off significantly and we just don't have in-city users during those months. It also requires capital funding for pipeline expansion. And now I'll jump us forward to our second option, which is in-basin exchange for a reduction in agricultural pumping. And with this, I just want to point to the screen here. We have the bedrock divide, which largely separates groundwater flow in the two sides of the basin. As we mentioned in a Sigma presentation earlier this year, the Edna Valley subarea is overdrafted by around 1,100 acre feet of groundwater per year. So pumping significantly exceeds the water that is naturally replenished into that groundwater basin. Within the city's side of the groundwater basin, there's a 700 acre foot per year surplus of groundwater supplies, which can largely be attributed to the city importing all of its water at this point in time from surface water reservoirs outside of the watershed. This program would essentially exchange the city's recycled water for a reduction in pumping within our sub-area. And the theory would be that then that groundwater would be freed up where the city could pump it and have additional groundwater supplies. From our groundwater sustainability plan, we identified that there's almost 1,400 acre feet of agricultural pumping in the SLO sub-area. It's a little bit less at this point because when those numbers were pulled, Avalon Ranch and San Luis Ranch were still primarily agriculture, so it is going to be a little less than that. There are areas with this program that would be inside the city, but there are also areas that are outside the city, but still within our sub-area of the basin. This would only be feasible in areas of the basin that are not in a state of overdraft. Obviously, if we were delivering water to an area that was in overdraft, the goal there would be for us to not resume pumping or have an equal amount of pumping in that area. So some of the pros, it reduces groundwater pumping, which could result in the city expanding groundwater use. It increases groundwater pumping capacity, which helps us with our resiliency for our water treatment plant, like I mentioned, and then is in alignment with our goals for greenhouse gas emission reductions. And a really important one, it ultimately could delay the need to invest in a groundwater recharge project if we were able to kind of circumvent that by freeing up water in the basin without all of that extra equipment and technology. It would be a more cost-effective way to increase our groundwater pumping within the sub-area. Some of the cons, it would require additional funding to develop. It's a conceptual idea at this point in time, and we would need to bring on resources to fully vet that idea out. And it could require parcel by parcel groundwater allocations to be developed to guarantee that the city had access to that groundwater and that that freed up groundwater and that it wouldn't just be pumped by anyone else in the sub-area. And finally, the third option, outside city sales of recycled water. And I just wanted to remind the City Council that when we put this maximization strategy together, we really were looking at the potential to deliver to multiple areas on the outskirts of the city. So we looked at alignments that had existing infrastructure, or more predominantly that had agriculture to deliver recycled water to, as one of our policies is that that water could only be used for agricultural use. So we identified LOVR, Cal Poly, South Higuera, and areas just outside of city limits along Buckley Road within the city sub-area, and then on the Edna side would be the Edna Valley agricultural areas. This water would have different requirements if sold to an overdrafted area versus an area that's not overdrafted, as I mentioned kind of with the last program. And the benefits to the city and then also the cost to the receiving party would vary depending on where we're delivering. If we were delivering inside our sub-area, there's the potential there for us to receive some benefit with the actual water that's going back into our basin or not being pumped from our basin. But the costs also could go up if we're delivering further away. And so with our outside city recycled water delivery, we have 4 things that we examined: legal considerations, availability and infrastructure limitations, price and costing, which is probably the most complicated, and then policy considerations. So with our legal considerations, we got guidance from our outside counsel that delivery of the city's recycled water should be conducted only if the receiving party can procure its own permit with the state to distribute that recycled water. So the city would continue to hold on to the treatment permit, but we wouldn't want to be responsible for that party appropriately using that water on their land, as if it was outside of the city limits, we wouldn't have land use authority or other things that would kind of complicate compliance. We also had contract requirements, which would be drafted to return that water, or should be drafted to return that water to the city if a contract dispute arose or other type of legal issue. And so that goes back to us wanting to ensure that we're protecting the city's investment in those recycled water supplies. And then we want to make sure that we don't inadvertently create habitat or reestablish habitat in any area that's receiving recycled water. And so I think we're all largely aware that the city has the requirement to discharge water into San Luis Creek on par of 1,800 acre feet a year. We essentially want to make sure that we don't have to do that anywhere else, knowing that this is our last inexpensive or relatively inexpensive water supply for our community. And so depending on where we're delivering, we would just want to make sure that we don't reestablish habitat that would have to be perpetually maintained after that point. And then policies restricting the increase of groundwater pumping may be necessary in order to ensure that recycled water is utilized only to offset existing agricultural use and not to expand overall groundwater pumping in any of the areas being served. That's largely just mainly a concern in areas that have overdraft. For availability, I touched on this earlier in the presentation, but we have about 800 acre feet of recycled water available per year. There's delivery restrictions that are largely related to pipeline size, which I show on the screen here, which could impact our ability to maximize that resource depending on where we're planning on delivering it. I also want to note that for the alignment to Cal Poly, there is no existing pipeline in that location at this point, and one would have to be constructed for us to deliver recycled water for agricultural use there. The other thing here is seasonal limitations. So June through September, we essentially don't have excess recycled water available to deliver to any outside location. We're essentially maxed out with our in-city irrigation use at this point. And then as I mentioned earlier, we want to take into account conservation, the uncertainty at Cal Poly, and then some one-time delivery costs that would have to be accounted for related to upgrading our pump station and our computerized delivery system. We call it SCADA. It's not a term that resonates well with people. So on to pricing considerations. So pricing for delivery of recycled water outside of city limits would need to be compliant with Proposition 218. And that essentially means that it needs to be self-sufficient. It couldn't be subsidized by the city's in-city ratepayers. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the benefit would vary depending on where it was delivered, and the cost could vary depending on where it was delivered. So some fundamental questions for council to consider as we're discussing pricing would be, should the sunk costs be included in pricing? And so an example of a sunk cost would be that initial storage tank, pump station, and pipelines that we put in that are now paid off was approximately $10 million investment. And so the question is, should an outside city party receiving that water pay the city ratepayers back for some of that investment or not? And then also, how much, if any, of existing costs should be borne by existing customers versus contractual customers? So, for instance, we have staffing at the wharf in our admin office that are responsible for our recycled water program, and we just need some guidance and feedback from the council on if any of those costs should be attributable to contract customers or only inside city customers. Same thing with buildings and vehicles and other operating costs. And then for our third bullet here is, should there be a benefit to the cities and city customers for delivery outside of city limits? So should there be profit built into the pricing structures that we move forward with, should the council give us that direction? So a little bit of background on how we price our water. We have a total revenue requirement or a total need for keeping our systems functional every year of about $25 million. We also have an estimate that we're going to use about 5,000 acre feet of water a year. That essentially tells us that we need to charge about $5,000 an acre foot for water. What we don't do is isolate Salinas Reservoir, Nacimiento, Whale Rock, groundwater, and price those out individually. We just take all of our costs and then we break that out equitably amongst our customer base. So recycled water for in-city customers is currently billed 90% of that bulk rate of what is about $5,100 an acre foot. So 90% of that is about $4,600. So that would be our first option for the council to consider for how to price recycled water outside of city limits. The second would be variable costs plus flat costs. So that would be our electricity, chemical, wear and tear on equipment that is generated from that outside city delivery, plus some flat costs for additional staffing, equipment upgrades, permit amendments, and the like. And then the third would be a proportional share of recycled water related costs. So we truly would isolate what are our total recycled water program costs. And we would say, depending on how many acre feet a year you purchase, you would get your proportional share of those costs. For the existing in-city rate of $4,600 per acre foot, some pros and cons. One of the pros is that it keeps parity in pricing between our in-city customers and anyone who receives that water on a short-term contractual basis. It would also generate water or revenue for the water fund, as that program is essentially covering all of its costs currently. Any additional acre foot that we sold at that point would thus be profitable. Some of the cons, it likely would exceed the price agriculture is willing to pay for that water. For the variable cost plus flat costs, it covers our expenses and is legally compliant. But without a separate profit structure, it would likely not benefit the city's water ratepayer. And then it does not maintain that cost parity between in-city customers and outside city customers. And then for the proportional share, where we take the total cost, we break it up based on how many acre feet you purchase. It covers our expenses and is legally compliant. And it could provide a financial benefit as long as the city's in-city customers continued to pay the $4,600 an acre foot. If everyone was brought down to that lower rate, it would essentially be a break even at that point in time. And one of the risks there would be when we cease delivery to an outside city customer, that revenue would need to be made up elsewhere in the water fund. So that would have a potential impact on our water ratepayers in the future if we migrated away from short-term delivery outside of the city. From a policy perspective here, we have 4 policies that the city has related to delivery of non-potable or recycled water outside of the city limits. The first is to ensure that that water is used to support continued agricultural operations. We believe that's a slam dunk in this case with the proposals that we have. Then the second, item B here, is provision of non-potable or recycled water will not be used to increase development potential of the property being served. I have that as a yellow light because we do have some concerns in that area, some potential work that would need to be done to make sure that we could comply with that policy. And I'll jump to that after I go over items C and D. Non-potable or recycled water not being further treated to make it potable, we believe would certainly be the case if we delivered recycled water outside of city limits. And then prior to us delivering that water to any of the properties, they would have to also record a conservation, open space, Williamson Act, or other easement, which would maintain that property in open space while it's being provided recycled water. So also just a contractual obligation that we could build in. So for item B, which again is requiring that that water not be used to increase development potential, Recycled water is used to offset groundwater pumping in this hypothetical outside city delivery scenario. And what that essentially would do would be it would free up groundwater in the groundwater basin. And that could be potentially pumped out by a neighboring property, not necessarily the property that we're delivering recycled water to, but that basin is a communal basin where it benefits many property holders in the area. And so staff has really interpreted this policy to intend that the sale would not result in growth, not specifically to the property being served, but to the general area. And so I did want to disclose that to the council, make sure that my understanding of that is correct. But we believe that groundwater extraction limitations would have to be in place for the sale of recycled water to not trigger or potentially trigger growth in any area that's overdrafted. And so that would be a policy that if it was outside of city limits, we would clearly have to work with the county on if it was in an unincorporated area. Some pros and cons of outside city recycled water delivery. It could reduce groundwater overdraft in agricultural areas outside of the city. And if structured correctly, it could result in profit for the city, thus reducing the burden that our in-city ratepayers pay for water-related programs. Some of the cons would be that it would require additional funding and staffing to further develop. It's not standard for the city to deliver recycled water in bulk quantities, and we're not accustomed to delivering any water supplies outside of the city, so it would be something new for us. It could also require that parcel-by-parcel groundwater allocations be developed, which is not always something that community members are excited about. And then it could, if not managed correctly, result in permanent habitat creation. So we would want to make sure that proper monitoring was in place. And depending on the delivery location, if outside of city limit, outside of the city's sub area, it wouldn't provide a water supply benefit to the city. So that water supply benefit would only occur if it was delivered in our sub area. And with that, I think we'll jump into questions and discussion from the council, and I can obviously follow up on any of the areas in more detail.
So, Madam Mayor, we'll leave these questions up here, and so if there's any questions on the staff report and presentation, and then we would recommend you go to public comment and then come back for deliberations and direction.
Do any of my council members have questions based on this report before we go to public comment? Councilmember Pease?
Thank you. Awesome. That's great. Good pacing. Could we go to slide 29? Maybe it's 28. Yeah, 28. So the legal consideration, restriction of increased agriculture pumping, policies restricting the necessary in order to ensure the recycled water is used only to offset existing agriculture water use, not to expand groundwater pumping. I'm wondering, so our policy from 2017 talks specifically about not increasing development potential. And in my mind, in 2017, when we developed that policy, the development was kind of, buildings, like new housing, new commercial operations, some other utilization. Obviously, that was pre-SGMA. And so I'm wondering if we talk about kind of the basin as a whole, if the water pumping from one entity, if recycled water went in and somebody was able to pump less and then somebody else gave them then the capacity to pump more, but they were still in compliance with the groundwater sustainability plan for SGMA compliance. I'm wondering if this legal consideration is actually a legal consideration for the city, or is that just in general, under SGMA, that side of the basin, they got to fix that 1100. And so I guess I'm just wondering this layer of saying, that we should somehow make sure that they're not over pumping based on us providing recycled water. If it's all going to ag, I guess I'm not seeing necessarily the relevance.
If I could hop in, I think that ultimately this is your policy. So you get to interpret it and provide the guidance to us, because we've tried to give you some guidance, what we think. I think the other piece that I think Aaron and Michael and I talked about today is that, the ship, the plane hasn't landed on Sigma. We still don't know yet what the state's comments are gonna be on the GSP. And so the GSP and how it's going to ultimately address overdraft, in that particular sub-area of the basin. So I think it's up to the council to give us some direction how you interpret this policy. And then if that's the guidance and direction, if you head in that direction, then we can then carry that forward.
Awesome. And then this one that says legal consideration, is there some outside legal, something that came out of the, analysis that was done that does overlay?
Yeah, we did work with outside legal counsel on some questions related to water rights and Sigma in general, as it's an unlitigated area. We needed to have at least some level of expertise, whatever's available out there for unlitigated areas.
Okay, I think.
But I think the answer is, this is for a policy.
That's.
It's a policy.
Right, so
yeah.
depending on how you interpret the policy, then this would be
Correct.
a legal consideration.
Yeah.
Okay, terrific, thank you for that. And I'm not sure if you know this, or or maybe this will be part of additional research. But when we do talk about that development potential, even if it were for commercial and residential, et cetera, it seems like there's current zoning at the county level restricting how many houses can be put on a particular parcel, et cetera. So there's some of those protections already in place. And so if we are thinking then about, I'm not sure if we have the tie-in of water use to how they, of how the county, I guess I'm not sure what mechanism we could use to meet that goal, that the additional recycled water would somehow limit commercial or residential development on the basin as a whole. I think those protections are already in place, so I'm not particularly concerned, but I guess I'm just wondering what tools we could even use anyway in that kind of broader definition, right? Because we're delivering to a parcel, but our intent, I think accurately, is that area as a whole gets freed up by water versus some other development potential.
Councilmember Pease, if I might, I believe, first off, I will agree, City Manager. I think the first question in front of us is the policy one on, by providing water out there, does it free up additional water for someone else to use? So I believe that definitely is within the policy side. My recollection on the legal consideration on this, as it came back from outside legal counsel, was more of the question of, same scenario, but are you then building housing with temporary water supply, which is that legal consideration, as we do with anything here as part of our general plan. We forecast, this many housing units, this much water availability. And that really was what our legal counsel was trying to get out with this, is if you saw a conversion with a temporary water supply, that might be the legal issue there.
And hypothetically speaking, if the council moves forward with direction for us to explore outside water sales, first off, I just want to mention that this is going to be a project subject to CEQA. So we're going to have to do environmental review. And so growth inducement is one of the areas we'll have to analyze, in particularly. And I think that there's some ways that we can mitigate that growth inducement based upon how we structure any sort of outside sales, if that's the direction that the council goes. So I'm just trying to read faces, making sure I'm clear with everyone, because I think this is very nuanced, but nevertheless, I hear your point, Councilmember Pease. There's some ways to probably try to mitigate that in the way we structure how water might be provided, what frequency, what discretion, so it doesn't become growth inducing, and hence the county can then rely on that source for purposes of then intensifying development.
Right. Okay, great, thank you. And then my last question would be, there's obviously a lot of layers of cost that goes with this. Is this the kind of thing that could be eligible for state grants that are trying to support Sigma solutions, whether the studies, the infrastructure, additional infrastructure that's needed?
Yeah, I can take that one. There are grants available for Sigma. I am not sure if there would be grants available that would cover some of the ongoing, multi-year costs related to purchasing price of that water. I think we've identified that there's funding available to help with studies, there's funding available to help with construction projects, but I'm not sure with the purchase price.
And council, if you get into deliberations tonight about this, I would ask you just to provide, what is your objective? Because we've provided you a lot of what the factors that we need to take into consideration. We're not asking you to solve this. There would be experts and other folks that would come back and we would offer you options that are legally 218 compliant. But if you help us with what those objectives might be, then we can help figure out a legally compliant and policy compliant pathway to get there.
So noted, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
I think my question might be a more basic version of where Councilmember Pease was going, but essentially, whether in the slow sub area or outside the slow sub area, if we decided to at some point provide recycled water to either of those places, how do we ensure that those areas don't continue? If we're providing recycled water, how do we ensure that they don't continue to pump at the same or any level, and we actually have that water there available if it's in our sub area for us to use? Is there monitoring somehow, or is that worked into the contract, or how does that work?
Yeah, I think right now, through the development of our GSP, we identified that there's a need to reduce the pumping there. What wasn't identified in that GSP was who would reduce and in what volumes. And so I think this is maybe the city having a little bit of an opportunity to shore up what that would mean with having some say, if we were to deliver, we need assurances that pumping would not be increased for any type of use or for specific uses, whatever the council discretion would be.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question about the potential of trading pumped water for agricultural uses inside the city, of trading it for recycled water. Now, I remember when we used recycled water on the Damon Garcia playing ground. It killed all the grass. Shelley is nodding her head. Yes, it did. So I'm concerned about, there's at least 20 acres at City Farm, and then another maybe 40 that are coming in next door that have to be organic. And so I'm concerned about what kind of effect, and there might be other organic agricultural enterprises within the city. I'm concerned about just assuming that recycled water would be fine on organic produce. So can you answer that one?
Yes, I can take that one. And I'm going to tread lightly here with past practices and watering and the amount of play we receive at Damon Garcia. So we'll just focus on the water quality for this one. With the current WRF that is under construction right now, we are switching our treatment processes right there. And one of the major drivers on that was the improvement of water quality. So right now we are doing disinfection processes with chlorine, and then we dechlorinate, which also generates more salts like that. Those salts end up in the recycled water currently, and they are impactful to some turf. With the new WRF coming online, we are moving away from chlorine as the disinfection process right there, and we are moving to UV for the purpose of not having disinfection byproducts, but it also improves the recycled water quality. So we will see a dramatic lowering in those salts that can be harmful to some vegetation.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the estimate of the water use of the city in the future, are you taking into account the changes that the state has made in terms of infill and SB 9, SB 8, and all that? Are you taking into account the fact that we cannot control the population of the city? We cannot accurately predict the population of the city given the state's policy toward increasing housing? And every time you increase housing or residents, obviously you increase the wastewater production. I mean, so that's an uncertainty. Are you factoring that in, or do we know? So thanks.
That's a great question, because Michael, if you want to put the availability one up there over time, if you can find that slide, please. What we have seen over time is an increase in conservation in the city, and that does decrease that amount of recycled water coming in. So even though we are adding population to our city, we're really seeing less inflow right now into our WRF. So I think that really is, I think it speaks greatly of the incredible job our community continues to do in the ways of water conservation, and we definitely lead on the Central Coast in water conservation. The other side of that, though, is we do have less wastewater coming into our WRF to make that. As one that city manager and I often like to look at is the representation over time, where since the 1980s compared to current time, we're actually using far less water overall, even with that population increase that we have seen since the 1980s. So we will continue with water conservation. It is by far the cheapest way to generate a new water supply, but with that, even with the addition of housing units and people to our city, we have not seen, if anything, we've seen the opposite of a lowering amount of wastewater generated.
Okay, I have another question. In terms of this idea of temporary use of wastewater outside of city limits, what happens when that source is cut off? So I'm imagining that there would be a certain amount of dependence that the ventners would they would enter into being dependent on having that water, and then when it's suddenly cut off, where are they left? So has that been taken into account?
Councilmember Marks, I think that's partially the policy part of this that we're trying to get that feedback on right there. But it's a legal question as well, because, I mean, we are. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely have to be part of the contract. I think it's very important to contextualize the fact that even if we were able to deliver the entire 800 acre feet, it doesn't meet the current 1,100 acre feet a year deficit in that part of the basin. Sigma is forever and always, as we're seeing right now, and we are contemplating only a short-term time. So I do believe that there are impacts associated with that.
Hop in here, I'd say that if there was another location that had done this in the state of California, we'd be bringing that to you as a case study. We don't have a case study like this. So here again, we're charting new waters, no pun intended. And so that's why we don't have a case study. If there's anyone else who has one out there, we'd love to read about it and hear about it, but we haven't seen this model before given the variables at play here. And I think it speaks to, really what Mr. Floyd was responding to, is that it'll be a policy and a legal consideration if the council decides to move forward. Ultimately, how would we structure any sort of agreement so that the city council and the city would have total administrative authority to determine how much, when, and where, et cetera.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Christensen.
The more I think about this, the more confused I get. I'm going to talk about really basic numbers. So this 800 acre feet of for future customers, that's if we don't have a drought or we're cutting back on, I mean, recycled water doesn't just come out of nowhere. It comes from water we're putting into the system and recycling. So if we have a drought and there isn't any, and people are cutting back and cutting back and cutting back, then there isn't 800 acre feet. I mean, there is less than that. And then you also said something about June through September, there's no water ever. I'm just trying to get an idea of what we're talking about in terms of actual water, in terms of this idea of selling water. I just want to see how hysterical we get about how
Well,
much water we have.
you are correct, and there is a lot of those unknowns out there. I
Yeah.
mean, there has been so much that we have learned even since our 2017 plan on recycled water
Right.
that it definitely warrants this conversation, Sigma and everything
Yeah.
else. So there are those unknowns out there. Cal Poly being in seasonally in school, even with them going off of a little bit, when we actually have I&I in our system that does allow a little bit more wastewater to come in, as well as right now we are using our water for irrigation purposes, and the peak demand on that is that summer through fall time period. The new development with San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch, we have already allocated out a needed amount of acre feet of water
Right.
for recycled water for those. So that is already off the
And
table as well.
if we were to use more water in our own subbasin over here to, or use more of it for our own irrigation. So 800 is just kind of like not really actually accurate either. I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to, yeah, okay.
It's our best estimate based upon what we know. And we've tried to outline all the variables, seasonality, use, time of use, drought conditions, et cetera, existing customer and future customer demand. And I think that's how we've arrived at that number.
And, okay, so future customers could be ourselves? Yeah, okay. I already told Brigitte that I'm not a numbers person, so I'm just trying to. And I'm getting really close to not having a brain at all. I got another hour and a half, and then I can stop thinking. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can you go back to, I think it's 32 or 33, about the Prop 218? There was a question I had with that. Okay, that's all. All right, so I just want to make sure I understand. So if you're trying to figure out the cost, and there has to be the parity with extra water as much as there is our current water for Prop 218 and the rates?
I could try this. There's Prop 218, and Michael and I are not legal experts in the world of Prop 218. However, when consulting with our outside legal counsel on this, we need to ensure that the cost of services are covering with the prices right there. How we currently do it right now, we take the entirety of all of our costs, all of our staff, the buildings, pumping, everything, and then divide it by the total number of acre feet that comes out of that. We cover all the cost of services. If council chooses to, we can go back and start to evaluate with experts on economics and Prop 218 what it would look like to separate that cost for just that recycled water component.
Okay, so that part could be looked at, we're just not there yet, which makes sense, but I just want to make sure I was understanding that. Okay, cool, thank you. So then there was, on slide 37, so does not maintain the cost parity between in-city customers. That's because we're thinking of it as all the water, recycled water or the regular potable water.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Just trying to make sure I'm tracking on everything at this point. And then as far as the basin and someone else taking, like if we did sell outside and their neighbor takes their water because it's a communal basin, I mean, really at that point, it's the county that's tracking that, not us, right?
I would say it's not tracked at this point in time with anyone on any individual user. At this point, the measurements in the basin are really limited to kind of groundwater levels on that. And we have not got to the granularity point yet of understanding individual contributions or withdrawals from the basin in its entirety. That is one of the questions that had been contemplated during the creation of the groundwater sustainability plan and ultimately through the commission process. That wasn't how we ended up in there. it's also yet to be determined whether the state approves the groundwater sustainability in its current plan or its current phase like that. We've so far seen about half of the groundwater sustainability plans actually be rejected with additional needs on them. So we are definitely in uncharted territory on that. But it is I won't say a deficiency, but it is something lacking in the way of granularity on tracking in the basin.
Okay, thank you. And then I understand the Cal Poly Wharf. What I didn't see in here is, are you considering the Cal Poly going to semesters as of 26, and as in 8 years, they'll be increasing their population?
We have had conversations with Cal Poly staff on that. They have helped us kind of understand a little bit of what we could see on that. From our conversations, it sounds perhaps like about a month shift in that. The larger issue for us probably in the immediacy is if Cal Poly proceeds with their own water resource recovery facility and removes about 300 plus acre feet from the city's water influent into the wharf right off the bat.
The other piece that's kind of unknown is, President Armstrong's talked about summer session potentially, and so what would that mean? I mean, that could address some of the seasonality issues. I mean, that's one of the large reasons we see the big seasonality drops, is because we have less affluent because our population reduces significantly. So those are the unknowns that we haven't really modeled out. Where we've got agreement from Cal Poly as they recently released their notice of preparation for their work facility. We provided extensive comments on the scoping of the EIR, and that's really drawn in an agreement to meet and talk about options and for a discussion, so we can fully model out what the implications might be if Cal Poly builds its own wharf.
Great, thank you. That's my questions for now. Councilmember Marks?
Yeah, I did have another question. I have a vague memory that Caltrans has brought recycled water north in the median of Highway 101 to water its oleander plants and everything in there. How far north does that go? And is my memory correct? And how far north does that go?
I believe it irrigates up around Grand Avenue. So they do have their privately owned system, a privately owned pump station in that area. And so we had considered if we could deliver recycled water up to Cal Poly, it would likely take that same alignment and potentially replace their existing pipeline. As the governor gave some authorization for recycled water to be run alongside Caltrans corridors, and it's the only utility that can be run, I believe, parallel with those roads.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions of my colleagues, we'll move to public comment.
First public comment is Brett Burchett, then Jim D'Antona, and then Tim Klee.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, council members. My name is Brent Burchett. I live in San Luis Obispo, and I serve as Executive Director of the San Luis Obispo County Farm Bureau. While I've done a lot of commenting at the Board of Supervisors, this is the first time I've actually addressed your council, so you must be doing a good job if I've not been here complaining before. I have registered as a municipal advocate with the city clerk, who was very helpful in getting my questions answered. On behalf of SLO County Farm Bureau and our $2.5 billion local ag community, I want to thank you and our staff for your work on advancing opportunities to better utilize recycled water. We appreciate the considerable amount of effort put forth by staff to present you with a very comprehensive understanding of the challenges and opportunities presented to you by the city's excess recycled water. As you may know, the City Council voted unanimously on March 21st, 2017 to adopt the 2017 Recycled Water Master Plan, and at the behest of Edna Farmers, authorized, quote, staff to negotiate an agreement for delivery of recycled water outside the city limits, consistent with the findings and policies identified in the general plan. Just as has been true these past 5 years, council members, drought conditions will continue to be the norm in the years to come. Our agricultural community's hope is that we will not be back standing before the City Council 5 years from now in a similar situation. The city is understandably committed to maximizing the beneficial use of recycled water to ratepayers today and in the years to come, but please do not let the search for a perfect plan stand in the way of a reasonable and workable plan. The 2022 Recycled Water Maximization Study does an excellent job of laying out all the complexities to various utilization options, but it does not highlight a massive problem this council should also be focusing on tonight. And that's the 1,100 acre-feet of water being wasted each year. And whether or not this amount falls to 800 acre-feet or less, we have an immediate policy problem and also an opportunity to support local agriculture. I know this council and this community values agriculture and the significant contribution our local farmers provide to keeping San Luis Obispo a special place to live. Besides supporting the Green Belt, our viewshed, besides growing world-class wine grapes, I will remind you that we grow a whole lot of fruits and vegetables in Edna Valley. Family-owned and operated businesses, names you may have heard before, like Tally Farms, Bee Sweet Citrus, and others, depend on water from this basin. And just for reference, I got to get my ag statistics in here. In the Edna Valley, we've got about 1,800 acres of wine grapes. We've got about 1,400 acres of rotational annual crops that are not wine grapes. That's like vegetables, grain, flower seed, things that are not grown anywhere else in California are grown in this awesome agriculture region. We have 818 acres of lemons, 65 acres of avocados, and 62 acres of other citrus. Thank you very much for your attention tonight.
Thank you so much. Next.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Jim D'Antona, President and CEO of the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight to share the SLO Chamber's position on the Recycled Water Maximization Study. The Chamber has been watching this process and have been engaging with staff since the beginning of these conversations. The Chamber hopes tonight you will be giving direction to staff to move expeditiously on a process for the city to sell its excess recycled water. As you saw in the letter we sent in, the Chamber has 3 key points that are pertinent to tonight's discussion. First, we believe the city should create 2 tiers for available recycled water. The first tier should be for use within the city limits. The second tier should be made available for purchase to users outside the city limits. Our second point is that the sale of any recycled water should be made available at a market rate and on short-term contracts. You could use any number of ways to determine market rate, but a request for proposal, or request for bids, or an auction would be a clean and easy way to determine that market rate. Our final point is that the Chamber would urge the city to continue working on the potability of recycled water for the long-term sustainability of the city. Staff has theorized that after legally required amounts of water distributed to the creek and the city uses of recycled water are maintained, there is likely 500 to 800 acre-feet per year available. Selling that excess water to an outside source would be a much better use for the water than currently sending it out in the creek. It also will provide funds to the city without much additional expense. If the Edna Valley growers were able to purchase that excess recycled water, it would help mitigate the overdraft status of the SLO Basin. The growers will have to make amendments to their operations based on the SGMA, but selling this water to the Edna Valley growers would be a short-term assist in supporting an important economic asset to our city. Even though those ag lands are not in the city limits, they have a major impact on our economy. We certainly appreciate and support that staff wants to be careful about not creating any new legal implications with these agreements. However, it should be very easy to determine that there would not be a Prop 218 issue, as the ratepayers currently pay to recycle the water before it gets put in the creek, and therefore any revenue you receive for that water will go to mitigate those already existing expenses. Certainly, if there are costs to move the water, that should be included in any pricing to ensure you don't violate Prop 218. The city's pricing of its recycled water at 90% the cost of the potable water appears to be an arbitrary figure not really based on actual value and or cost to create that water. You will find that if you put it out for bid or auction, you can actually get a market rate for all uses, including in-city uses. As water becomes more and more constrained, that price might go higher than your current pricing structure. We hope that tonight you'll take the action to make the sale of recycled water a reality in the near future. Thank you all for your service and work on this matter.
Thank you.
Tim Klee, Pablo Ogren, and Eric Beal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tim Cleeth,
resident of San Luis Obispo and a long-term professional in hydrogeology here, working with the city for many years. The recycled water maximization study discusses the use of the recycled water for reducing the overdraft of the Edna subarea of the San Luis Obispo Valley groundwater basin and water banking for the city of San Luis Obispo. Cleath and Associates, Cleath Harris Geologist, has worked with the city of San Luis Obispo since 1986 on groundwater development and management projects. Having been involved in developing groundwater to meet the city's demands during the 1986 to 1992 drought, it's not difficult to imagine that future drought conditions will occur that could stretch our city's water supply again. Additional resources would help to make the city's future water supply more resilient. As the city's recycled water study notes, the groundwater level in the San Luis Valley subarea of the basin is shallow, and minimal storage is available for groundwater recharge for banking, which would require that they have to pump to put the water back in. And that's a viable option, we believe. But at the same time, groundwater levels have lowered in the Edna Valley, creating existing storage that's available for potential recharge and reuse. The potential for reutilizing this groundwater storage to receive the enhanced recharge of available recycled or imported raw water is identified in the 2021 GSP for the valley. And that's one means of mitigating the overdraft. Recharging recycled water from the city into this groundwater could also provide a reserve for this city that could be tapped when these future drought conditions occur, as well as reduce the overdraft conditions. This year, Cleath Harris Geologist has studied hydrogeologic conditions in the Edna Valley subarea and has identified specific locations where enhanced groundwater recharge could occur with shallow or surface recharge facilities, and we have performed modeling analyses for recharge and extraction operations to estimate travel times for treatment for groundwater flow prior to extraction. Based on these studies, facilities could potentially recharge 1,000 acre-feet per year within 6-month time period when it's available from the reclaimed water. Habitat creation could be avoided by controlling recharge mounding at these facilities such that the water does not rise into existing stream beds or low-lying areas. Use of the recycled water for groundwater recharge and production in the San Luis Obispo Valley groundwater basin will help the community get through these drought years and support local agriculture. This is an opportunity that should be pursued.
Thank you so much. I think Pavo is next.
Was Pavo next, or did you say Eric? Okay, cool. Pavo, you're up. You can go, Eric.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart, members of the City Council. Pavo Ogren, 3045 Johnson Avenue here in San Luis. And just as a quick clarification, I have no financial interest in the Edna Valley other than my home. I enjoyed staff's presentation. I thought it was well done in terms of identifying risks, concerns, and other issues that need to be addressed. My experience is that all of those issues can be resolved, that they're not insurmountable. But specifically, and the comments really are focusing in on the potential sale of water outside of the city boundaries into agriculture. And to kind of follow up on Tim Cleath's comments, I don't think that that option, though, should be solely looking at just selling water to the Edna portion of the basin, but also developing conjunctive use programs similar to those that are being discussed on the city side of the basin, because as Mr. Cleath explained, the capacity for storage really exists in the Edna Valley portion of the basin. So I urge your city council to continue to provide input, direction to staff for this particular option, but not to constrain it simply to sales, but also to consider the broader conjunctive use programs and recognizing that storage capacity does exist in the Edna Valley portion. A little bit of critical thinking, not criticism. Critical thinking is that there are grant applications out there right now, and I was a little bit surprised to hear that the city's not actively engaged with the county on pursuing some of that money. I don't think that time has passed, it still may be possible, but especially because funding for the feasibility appears to be within grasp. There's a lot of details associated with these particular issues, and so pursuing that funding that does exist right now, I think, is really important. And then my other third set of comments here was really relating to some of the conditions of such a sale or conjunctive use programs in the Edna Valley. I think that those have been pretty well discussed in terms of assignment, transfer of risks through contractual arrangements. I think that also utilizing not just individuals, but utilizing mutual water company out there in order to help manage it in the context of the GSA is going to be really important. But through contractual arrangements, risk transfers, and your city manager already mentioned, of course, CEQA is going to be a very powerful tool in order to avoid unintended consequences. We can have unintended consequences of actions, and we can have unintended consequences of no actions. And so I again, urge your city council to continue down the path of previous direction, but to expand it not just to sales, but also potential conjunctive use and working with the Edna Valley portion of the basin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and Council, Eric Viam. I'm speaking as a resident here in San Luis Obispo. I think it's excellent that there's a lot of interest in this. I've been following it with interest in terms of my expertise around sustainability, and I was involved in some of these conversations when I was at staff at Cal Poly. What I would hope is for some clarification from staff around the transition between the short-term plan and the long-term plan, because I heard like 8 years out, something happens around indirect potable reuse. Is that a firm number? And is that like the timeline with which we're talking about contracts for temporary water use, or is there a lot of flexibility in that potential timeline? Because I'm just thinking about, let's put this water to the highest and best use, and if that's agriculture in the Edna Valley, let's do that. I'm just thinking from the perspective of an investor, was like, if I'm making an 8-year capital investment in a pipeline to provide water that then goes away, I'd love to hear more about that, just so I have some greater context around here. And then I'm also, like, having been involved in the Cal Poly WRF project, like, interested in the uncertainty around the actual quantity of recycled water and the ability for the city to honor any contractual obligations around recycled water. So I'd love to hear more about that as we go forward as well. And again, I'm very supportive of making this water available for the highest and best use to support our community and outside. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our last two speakers are Don Ortiz-Legg and Bob Shebelhut.
Good evening, ladies and staff, valuable people here. Thank you for scheduling all this and having the time tonight to kind of go over this and talk about the San Luis Valley Groundwater Basin and the water opportunities there for SLO City and the county to work together. As SLO County District 3 Supervisor, I am Dawn Ortiz-Legg. I guess you're supposed to say that when we start a public comment. I am a resident of the city, and I come to you as the county representative member to SLO Basin Groundwater Sustainability Commission. I've attended these meetings since December 8th, 2020, and the purpose, of course, is to prepare and execute a groundwater sustainability plan to bring this SLO Basin into a sustainable condition. That's what this is about, not expansion of development, etc. Together, the city, county, and other regional members worked for many years to create a plan, and our plan was submitted to the State Water Board. I would like to note that the SLO Basin process, which includes the Edna region, has been very different than other SLO County Sigma basins. Why? There has been thoughtful and respectful deliberation with solution-oriented discussions, and the SLO Basin is in better shape than other SLO County basins, as there is an ongoing effort to do better, incorporate water-saving mechanisms, and consider the big picture for all users. Together, we worked on alternative water supply plans, established. Both your council and our board voted in favor of sending our plan to the water resources, and we've made that progress. But I would like to note, as a 22-year resident of SLO City, I am grateful for prior council's actions and policies to ensure a water supply for us, including the investment in a recycled water plants, established requirements like low-flow devices, lawn reduction incentives, and other judicious moves to protect and ensure the vital flow of water. Tonight's study on recycled water has many considerations necessary for good decision-making. But I would like to address other items for the general public, i.e. my neighbors, to ensure they understand this opportunity. Most residents appreciate and recognize the attractive green belt that surrounds the city. It is this characteristic that makes our region as a top destination for visitors from around the world. At last week's SLOCAL tourism update, we were reminded that this feature directly reflects lasting impressions. The, quote, "Life's too beautiful to rush" incorporates both the open ag land experience and coastal experiences. As tourism continues to thrive, we were reminded that 10% of the city's general funds are derived from bed tax, and 50% of the SLO City's sales tax come from visitors. Many of those visitors spend time at our beautiful SLO Valley wineries. A new SLOCAL campaign is underway and promotes the label of SLOCAL Crafted products, and one it features, of all things, Tally farm boxes. Many of the items in those lovely vegetable boxes is grown in Edna Valley. As the SLO County Department of Agriculture Weighs and Measures provided the following acreage breakdown. We have 1,888 acres of wine grapes, and we have 2,382 acres of edibles, rotational crops, vegetables, grains, flowers, annual crops, lemons, avocados, and other citrus. I think that's very important because people assume that this is all wine. This isn't. This is edible food as well. And it is the things that come in our tally boxes. Regarding the wine grapes, after a 5-year application process, our local vintners have obtained a new AVA wine label designation, San Luis Obispo Coast. And similarly to Napa appellations, this AVA designation significantly increases the name recognition of the city of San Luis Obispo. The point is important because it confirms and augments the economic benefit that we're talking about here. It is also noted last week at SLOCAL Tourism that our local wine industry leaders are at the leading edge of sustainability, using technologies to adapt to climate conditions and reducing their impact on water and other inputs. And like other regions, example, Napa, again, they thrive on superior agricultural practices. And I will note that it is Napa that is actually using its recycled water for their agriculture uses. SLO City has the opportunity to use their recycled water too as a higher beneficial use for these kinds of operations. As the state of California encourages and is issuing grant funds for this very exact approach, taking recycled water and utilizing it for things that we need the most, which is our ag. These are valuable outcomes, and we have the opportunity to apply and to pay for the necessary studies for this short-term project and utilize consultants to create staff support. Thank you.
Hate to cut off the supervisor.
So I guess this means I don't have a chance of going over 3 minutes. If you cut her. My name is Bob Schiebelhut, a resident of Edna Valley. It's been my pleasure to serve on the Groundwater Sustainable Commission with Councilwoman Pease. We've had a very collaborative experience, I believe, and we have a solid GASP, and I think it's, from what I understand, is being well received. I'd like to follow up on the grant concept, and Pavel mentioned it, and in response to Councilwoman Pease's question. The opportunity for the GSAs is $20 million in grant money. That's what's available. We have 5 projects, one of which is the city project. All the other projects are the subject of a grant application that's being prepared by the county. So the good news is that all those projects amount to about $5 or $6 million. So the good news is there's $14 million opportunity for the city. The deadline for the application is December 16th. I have talked to Blaine Reilly, who is the administrator director of the groundwater basins, and he's heading up the preparation of the grants. And he would be more than available, he'd be excited to collaborate with city staff to submit a grant application for $14 million. Now, what could this be used for? Used for feasibility studies. It can be used for outside consultants, including attorneys. It can be used for staff time, to reimburse staff time. It could also pay for maybe having outside staff resources. We know that that staff resources for the city, there's already a substantial burden on that, and that burden could be relieved through this grant. I don't know, I'm not sure that the actual payment for recycled water could be covered by the grant. That wouldn't be the purpose, but it could relate to construction. And you've got certain pipelines that could be extended, whether it's down Broad or whether it's out on Tank Farm. All you need to do is get to Lalamita on one side or Tolosa Winery on the other side, and you're into the Edna Valley, and the farmers take it from there. In terms of risk to the city, just so we understand what the proposal is. Well.
There's so much good stuff to say.
Okay.
Okay, any other public comment?
No, there are not.
Okay, we are going to take a 2-minute break so we can do a reset technologically. Okay, we're going to go ahead and Zoom our meeting. Our cameras were a little bit askew and causing some problems, so we are back on track. Vice Mayor Christensen, do you have some comments?
Yes, I do. It's 10:30. I got to do it quick before my brain turns off. First of all, thank you very much for the study and the maximization study that you sent a while ago. That was good to read then. And thank you very much for the report. Very good outline of all of the issues and what is involved in some of these decisions and policy recommendations. That'll be very helpful for this council and the community going forward. I do want to mention that we did get a bunch of public comment today, a lot of it very negative about selling water, and I think a lot of that was from, I kind of did some investigation, and a lot of it seemed to be based by some next door posts that were made that did not give any fact and did not mention the fact that this is a bigger discussion. And so I'm not really that concerned about that at this point, because obviously the community would need education and information about some of the things that we're facing going forward, which will come, I'm sure, during the further discussion. Second, it would be lovely to write a grant like right now, except we don't have a policy and we don't have a legal framework and we don't have a project. But sooner or later, grants will come, I'm sure. And our staff is always up on our grant opportunities, and we'll be right on top of it when the time comes. Third thing is that we are only talking about 800 acre-feet a year, which is something. So I get that it's something, but I do want to be honest, and I talked about this during our SGMA discussions, and I've talked about it before when I was on the County Planning Commission, there's a certain amount of water that may or may not be there because there could be droughts and because the city might need to use it. The city will need to use it at some point. So long-term, there is no acre-feet of water to give to anybody or sell to anybody. The city's going to need it. But short-term, there could be some opportunities. And I do really, we talked about this before when we talked about SGMA, and we talked about this very specific thing about Edna and some of its needs. And there is a value to the city in helping to maintain our green belt and our agricultural surroundings. And I think it is important for not only the residents and tourists, it is an underlying economic strength that we have. We know that. People come here because it's beautiful, and that's part of our green belt. That's a lot of it's ag. So those things are important, and I think that's why, one of the reasons why the council originally put the idea of selling surplus recycled water outside of the city limits as one of the options we should explore. We didn't know we were going to have pandemic, and I know this work has been delayed by a few years, so that's unfortunate, but here we are. Long-term, though, as I'm mentioning, Edna Valley isn't, or any place outside of the city, isn't going to be able to rely on the city's recycled water. The city's going to be relying on that. But again, short-term might be something different. And there are issues, as I'm sure our council member Pease is very up on, in terms of issues around replenishing the groundwater overdraft that's already there, and how that relates to some of these issues here. And they were outlined in the staff report, and they would be dealt with Sigma analysis and all the other stuff that's mentioned in the report. So, assuming that we've kind of understood that as all that stuff as the underlying basis of what we're talking about, I'm going to go just run through these questions. And long-term strategy, yes, I would support utilizing recycled water to supplement the city's groundwater supplies. That's what we said we wanted to do in 2017, and I still agree with it. 2 is the question of existing long-term strategy. And I like Eric Viem's question about relating long-term and short-term and what does that mean. And my opinion is that when we're talking about contracts to sell water outside, we're talking about way shorter than 8 years, way shorter, because we don't know how it's going. But I am basically, we need water to expand irrigation use, but I think it's very important to keep in mind that we're not going to be watering oleanders in the future. We're going to be, everything's going to go to drought tolerant or no landscaping. That's how it's going to be the next time we have a really bad drought, which is going to happen soon. Or maybe we're in it. Who knows? So we have to be, in other words, irrigation use, but we're going to need to get really focused on exactly what our long-term irrigation needs to be, whether it's sports fields or, playgrounds, whatever. But we're going to need to be honest about that. So I don't know how much recycled water expansion we're going to want to do. I wouldn't be in favor, in other words, of building pipeline to water oleanders. Because we're not going to do that anymore. But, so that's one thing. Yes, we want to exchange recycled water for reduction in the groundwater pumping in our sub-area because it's our water, so we want to work on our sub-area. And I am totally in favor of selling recycled water outside of city limits, assuming that our needs are being met and we can work out all these other issues for the reasons that I talked about. I think short-term support of green ag land around us is a good investment while they get their, let's use a non-technical word, shit together and figure out what they're going to do about the fact that they've got an overdrawn basin and they're still doing a lot of ag. And I don't know where the water's coming from because it's not going to be coming from the city for that long. So, maybe it'll come from the sky, but we don't know. So a combination of all of the above, given, again, there's some really tough questions that you guys are having to deal with, that you're going to have to deal with. Things like metering wells and working with the county. Maybe that opportunity to work with the county will become a little bit easier in a few weeks, we might know. So that would be good. The county has not been cooperative in working with the city or anybody else on water issues, as far as I've been able to tell, in not so much the staff level, but possibly a couple of our supervisors, not Supervisor Lake. She's been wonderful. And then getting down to question 3, expanding water irrigation within, yes, again, but irrigating things that we want to really irrigate in the long term. And then 4, funding for budgeting. I'm not going to comment on budgeting because that's going to be our current council, and working out costs and staffing and everything is going to come from what we tell you. It kind of dribbles down or dribbles up. And then what pricing strategy? Something that is legal and captures all the costs and deals with Prop 218 and et cetera, I don't really, in other words, not big discounts. We've talked about this before, capture cost. The ratepayers need to make money. That's that's what, I mean, they don't need to make a lot of money, but they need to make some money. And that's it for me on this. Water, we love it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Pease.
Great, thanks so much, and thank you, Councilmember Christensen, for kicking that off. I think there's some alignment there in terms of the overall goals of the program. It has been a really, a collaborative process working with the Edna growers and all the folks, users of the basin. And I think that there is a broad recognition of the economic and environmental benefits of having a successful agriculture community surrounding us more broadly, right? And those agriculturists are committed to not having it run over with housing and commercial, so we are interested in having that be sustainable. And so I do support, first, long-term, absolutely, continue down our path. I think that the groundwater recharge is a terrific option. And a couple of the speakers brought up, could we even have storage on the other side of the basin? That's like too far down. We don't even have the capacity to, we don't have the IDR to, anyway, complicated. I'm open to it in the future, but I don't think that's on the table, consideration for us right now. And so with that, I agree with Councilmember Christensen's point about being strategic about long-term irrigation. Let's not just keep throwing water pipe, because water, at some point, that's going to be as valuable, it could be potable water, and are we putting it on excessive landscape? So strategically, yes, our fields, playing fields, some areas of our parks, but frankly, some of our parks, I think, are not really responsive to current climate conditions. So I think that would be an important consideration. B, the recycled water for reduction, in internal ag, I think is great, except obviously, we're net over in our groundwater right now. So we got to be, once we are in a system where we are utilizing our groundwater that we have, and then that helps us to stretch out our groundwater. I think that's a great approach that Mr. Borman talked about. So that's a good strategy. And then, yes, selling recycled water outside of city limits. I think that was a good policy in the first place. So I think that the conditions, I guess that's related to the irrigation 1, question 3, as well as funding, staffing, consulting, and cost short term. Yeah, I'm not sure that, I'm not sure that's a relevant question other than the policy. So then, I guess then it goes to what's a reasonable approach to the funding? And so I would say that I think that there are time terms, and it seems that 8 years actually is a pretty reasonable minimum, because we can't use the recycled water any more than what we're already doing until we get that advanced treatment and testing and permits and all of that. So what I'm hearing from staff is there is kind of a minimum before we would even be able to utilize all that recycled water. And so I don't know if it's, anyway, 8 years seemed like a reasonable, and then with options to renew perhaps, something like that. But I think that we can come up with a minimum commitment of time that is reasonable. I would go for the E, the variable increases plus the flat costs, and a few different reasons. I think that I'm not as concerned about the parity with the folks who are in the city, because the folks in the city, why our water is so expensive is because of redundancy and water security, and that water is going to be there, and so we're paying a higher price because your investments, that the water is going to be there. That's what we're doing, and for really good reasons. The this is a product that the recycled water right now, it's stuff we can't use. We're capturing nothing, and it's not having any larger, I mean, not any, there's, anyway. So, but it's not being at its highest and best use, as Eric VM noted. So I think selling it at the incremental cost increase as a minimum. I thought that was an interesting point from Jim D'Antona about, you know, do you put out an RFP and say, you know, what's the benefit? I don't, that would be maybe another discussion, like what's the selection process? Are people gonna, well, we'll put in this, we'll put in that. I don't know, I think it's gonna be expensive just to cover that. So should there be a profit? And in my sense, maybe I have wiggle room on that, is it like a whatever cost plus 10%? But in the long run, I kind of think that just covering our costs is enough, because of the profit is that we get the green belt, right? We get that carbon sequestration, we get the economic drive. I mean, we get tourists that are staying at our hotels, and we get the TOT. So my sense is that E on its own would kind of cover the bases. I think that that policy about you know, no increase in development potential, I think we're all on the same page that it's part of the policy, and it's a detail to work out, right? To how we monitor that, but I don't think that we need to do I think Sigma is the dictator of how they're going to proportionally use the water. That 800 acre feet is a tool, it's a glide path, right? They've made these big investments in agriculture, and that just gives everybody some time to kind of figure out what else can be done for water efficiency to get that 1,100 acre feet on their own, as you say. And then I guess the last piece that I would say is, if we can do grants, even if it's just to get us through the, you know, contract and CEQA and, you know, golly, do haste. Like, let's get that in there by that December 15th deadline. I mean, I don't think it makes sense to apply for the infrastructure particularly, because we don't know that it's a project, but we can at least pay for all the staff time and the studies and the feasibility on some, that would be my sense. Well, so, okay, that's up to, you know, if they can, great. If they can't, I mean, it's a rush.
This is just a study session.
We have a policy. We're just affirming the policy.
This is a study session.
All right. So anyway, in my frame of reference, if a grant can be pursued, then I would do it. I think. Okay, that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Shoresman.
I'm going to be brief because as my colleagues were talking, I was checking off things that I was going to say and they already said, but I really appreciate staff's, I really appreciate the report. Never knew when I got on council that I was going to be so excited about learning so much about utilities, water and sewage, but it's all super interesting, and appreciate the knowledge in the room of all the people that have spoken and provided some really good ideas about grants and you know, conjunctive use. Had never heard that term before, and just emphasizing the value of our greenbelt and the other side of the basin for potential in the future and how that benefits us. And I think there's something to be said too for just you know, if we have water available, that it's just kind of the right thing to do to share it with our rest of our basin. It's a sustainability question. So the only other thing that I'll add, and I'll just reiterate again, I am supportive of continuing with the policy that we've set out. I can't help but continue to mention that it seems like it's a relatively small amount of water that we would be able to possibly sell outside of the city limits, because we want to make sure that we have enough for our residents and for our needs and for our parks and all the things that we want to use that recycled water for first. And then the only other thing that I think I would differ in my opinion with some of my colleagues about the cost and what it should be sold for. And we haven't actually seen what the dollars and cents would be, but I think I have a little bit of personal heartache in potentially selling at a market rate or something that might be less than what our ratepayers pay. It would be hard for me to justify to our residents why we're selling water to somebody else cheaper than we sell it to ourselves for. But there's a lot of detail that needs to be worked out on pricing before we ever actually even got to that point. So I'm open to any of the suggestions that wouldn't feel like we were shortchanging our own residents and ratepayers.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks.
Thank you. Can you go back to the former slide, please? So on number one, I do support the long-term strategy of utilizing recycled water, except I don't support the concept of selling water outside of city limits. So I am supportive of utilizing recycled water for groundwater recharge. Okay? So I'm going to step away from the questions a little bit and just talk from my perspective. This is my 14th year on city council, okay? Much of that time on city council has been working toward making the city water secure. That's number one priority. And the highest and best use of our water, including our wastewater, is for protecting the health, safety, and welfare of city residents. So I think city residents need to come first. I think that selling water outside of city limits would create a tremendous distraction for staff and our legal staff. It would distract us from very important work that is ahead of us in terms of utilities. And it would set a dangerous precedent. I remember what Mark Twain said, you know, whiskey is for drinking, water is for fighting, okay? California's got an incredible history of fighting over water rights. And I can just see if we started giving water to outside of the city, and then it got cut off, that there would be contracts are great, but they're just pieces of paper. Our legal counsel can tell us that. I can just see tremendous conflict once that water would stop. We don't know how long this drought is going to continue. And the state is saying, housing, we need more housing. Okay, we're under all this pressure to supply more housing. More housing means more residents mean more water use, more recycled water. So I think there is no doubt that the Edna Valley is precious, a wonderful resource, and that they need water to continue their agricultural activities. So they need to look to state water. They need to look to drought-tolerant crops. They need to take climate change into account. The city there's a lot of things that they need to do, but I'm just going to concentrate on what we need to do. I don't think we need to rescue the Edna Valley from their own lack of water conservation over the years. They've just pumped. The county, with all due respect, has not tried to in any way regulate their use of their groundwater. And now we're kind of in this situation where we're being asked, where this city is being asked to rescue the Edna Valley from their own lack of planning and own lack of water conservation over the years. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot control the future number of city residents since the state has mandated ADUs and granny units as a matter of right. we can't predict how much more housing the state is going to require us to build. And we will have less recycled water in the future, as staff has said tonight, and also in the budget agenda item that we heard earlier. So Cal Poly's water recycling plan is going to reduce the amount of recycled water by approximately 800 feet. That's what we were told. Well, then we're also told 800 acre feet may be available. Oh, but Cal Poly is going to reduce our water, wastewater by approximately 800 acre feet. Okay. So our use of recycled water is going up and our supply is going down. So I think there's a question, why should the city take on additional risks in this particular situation? We cannot rescue the Edna Valley from the facts. We need to be honest and they need to face the facts. I'm concerned about, even though everyone is saying, oh, nobody wants it, but I'm really concerned about wheeling recycled water outside of our URL could free up groundwater, which could be used for development and create sprawl in our greenbelt. That's one of the main reasons that until 2017, the city has had a policy, no wheeling water outside the URL, and I think we should go back to that policy. So the other thing is that we don't really need the money. The city is in a very money-positive situation right now. We don't need the money. We do need the water. And as I said earlier, the vintners need a steady supply of water, not this intermittent supply of water on a temporary basis. We're going to build all this infrastructure, put this huge burden on our staff, and then we'll say, oh, well, sorry, now we need the water, you can't have it. And that'll be because the drought is getting worse and worse and worse, and climate change is getting worse. And so just when they need it the most is when the city will need it the most, and that's when we'll pull back, and that's when the litigation will start. So I think we need to focus on the long term, on groundwater recharge, on injection well fields and indirect potable reuse. We need to continue to upgrade the technology of the WRF to this standard. And the highest and best use of our recycled water is for the benefit of our city residents. I also think that we should fast track the indirect potable reuse program so it takes less than 8 years, and also pay attention to the State Water Board that's going to be adopting regulations encouraging reuse in the near future. We should consider surface augmentation of Whale Rock Reservoir. We should consider using recycled water for fire suppression and create, as I said, injection well fields. And we should also look into ways of allowing older residential areas to retrofit their landscaping to get recycled water. I think if the city feels like we have extra water, extra wastewater, let's figure out how we can use it within the city. And I will say that the city residents who have been sending us emails all day are saying, don't sell our water. It is our water, our wastewater. And we have exclusive rights to our recycled wastewater, and I don't think that we should continue in this direction. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. So number one, yes, I think we should continue with our 2017 recycled water plan and continue with looking into groundwater supplies. And I'm going to skip around a little bit for a quick minute. I'm a fan of grants always. I've been, since the 4 years I've been on here, I've been quite surprised that it wasn't like let's just look for grants if we can. And now we've done so much since then. I mean, it's been amazing. So I don't mean that in any sort of slight. I'm super thrilled that we are doing what we're doing. And so I'm always open. You don't have to ask me, can I go get free money? I'll just tell you that right now. I know it's not really free because I know it has a lot of extra work. I used to do grant writing myself. But that aside, I think a combination, number D there, I think if there's ways that we can utilize our own recycled water more, then yes, we should make sure we're taking care of our own community. Why this even came up in the first place and why I even entertained having this conversation was because we had, some have said excess or extra, but we've had water that has been not being utilized and it has been going out. And so to me, that is why this has come to my thought of even considering it and asking you guys to spend all this time and energy to do this. You know, when I look at all of our policies, when I look at our plans, I'm constantly thinking about who's going to be affected by what our policies are and what we're doing. And I think similar to Councilmember Shoresman, there are going to be people who think, well, if we move forward with this, the rich just get richer. What do they even care about us? And if it was not for this excess extra water, I don't know, it's kind of like calling middle income housing, workforce housing. Yeah, missing middle, thank you, which is not really a term. So I know this excess water isn't really a term in this moment either, but for this purpose, we'll just call it that. And I do want to be good stewards of the water. And there are great questions around why didn't people do things before? Why didn't the county reduce their use? Why didn't someone track things better? But in the end, we're here today. So, and as far as selling the, oh, sorry, I was going back to, can you go back to the number 2? Yeah, thank you. Selling the water outside, oh, and I agree also with Councilman or Vice Mayor Christensen, if we had groundwater to pump and that was logical in this moment, we wouldn't be discussing this because we wouldn't have the extra water. So, and selling the recycled water outside of city limits, to me, my biggest concern, other than, you know, if there's some way to have financial equity for the current taxpayers who have already invested all this money, is the habitat that we may have created within our own city and in our own creeks, that by having this extra water, did we create some sort of habitat that we now have to have an even higher table in perpetuity? Is there, if we do create the habitat in the Edna Valley area, do we have to then harm our citizens in the future by having to provide water in perpetuity in Edna Valley? So those two things really, or those three things really weigh on me heavily, is I want to make sure that we are being good stewards of our community and our water. But as far as water rights, it's not water rights, it's extra recycled water, so it's not the same as many of the people on Nextdoor have responded and in email and Councilmember Marks. It's not the same water we're talking about. I think that when we talk about the long-term vision, Vice Mayor Christensen and Councilmember Pease, I very much agree. You know, we have our blueprint for parks for the next 20 years. We have some ideas and some answers, but there's also, look at the different surfaces we're using in parks now that we never knew we would use. So I'm keeping that in mind as well. And I like how Councilmember Pease put the profit of the water that's been put in. I mean, earlier today we had the budget and we said we are so proud of Miosi and the trails and the green belt and how we've grown that. Does that apply today as well? I would think it does. So I think we want to make sure that we are doing two different things, or doing two things at the same time if we can, which is helping our general community and helping our neighbors in the ag community. And if we can do both, that is an awesome experience. As far as, sorry, bear with me here. There was something else. As far as the why 90%, I mean, it's a great question, but in this moment, I think it's probably irrelevant. I think that the extra water, different costs, I don't mind considering, because again, this is the extra water. If it's going into the ocean and it's not going back to our community anyway, then they're not losing on that, is my thought. And if there is a lower cost and we can maybe gain a little bit of money so that we can help give back to our community, I think that, again, when it comes to lower income individuals, we've had to try to find all sorts of unique ways to help people with their water bills. And if this could in any way, shape, or form and stay legal with Prop 218, I think we should consider that. I know that may or may not be possible, but again, just throwing out ideas. I still think we have to consider Cal Poly and the semesters, and I think it's going to be sooner than we know. And I think when you're recalculating everything with the formulas, just consider that. And summer's happening sooner than we know, as far as we've already had increases at Cal Poly. So, and I think when we go back to this, is it 8 years? It seemed clear in the staff report and when I asked in my agenda review that 8 years is pretty much the soonest we can utilize all of our recycled water from the wharf. And there are variables as far as droughts and how many houses are using what, and also how much extra wastewater we might get in different formats from the extra housing or from Cal Poly. We don't know how all that's going to work. So my understanding was that whatever the extra is, that's going to fluctuate potentially per year. That's what we're talking about. We're not promising a certain amount for 8 years. So as long as that's very clear and can legally be sound, yes, a contract is a piece of paper, but that's what we work with in these days. So I don't know how else we would protect ourselves, I guess, legally. And then I had one other thing, so bear with me. Sorry, I had like 3 different places I've kept everything today, which is not the best way to do it. Oh, and as far as the highest and best use, I still think that's a bit confusing to me today, because we can't necessarily say what's the highest and best use today from the information we have. But I understand that going forward, we'll know that. And so, definitely keeping my mind open on that. And that, I think, is all I have. And did I answer all the questions? I think so, and more, probably. Sorry about that. Okay, well, thank you so much. Any other comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, so just a couple points we want to make moving forward. We'll certainly reach out to our county colleagues and see if there's an opportunity for us to collaborate in the short term on some planning and or other efforts that help realize the goals. I agree with Councilman Member Christensen. We're not in a position to look at infrastructure or any other hard investments. That's premature. But is there a pathway to explore looking at how we might want to meet those council objectives that you've laid out to maximize the city's use of wastewater, including sales to outside of the city? What might a process look like? Helps the city explore pricing that's legally compliant and consistent with our policies. To potentially explore looking at environmental analysis consistent with what our obligations will be when this comes back to the city, because as I mentioned earlier, this is a project, so we're going to have to explore all of the different aspects of that for the city council. But I want to look to Mr. Borman, Mr. Foy. Is there any other thing that you heard that you want to comment before we wrap this up?
Well, first, we definitely appreciate all of the input from council, so that was helpful on that, and understanding that this is quite complex, so definitely appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into all of your comments on that, and that is helpful. Our understanding on this was to continue to be cautious and draft cautious language as we proceed on this. The overall kind of sentiment I heard was to proceed with those shorter term contract opportunities there as they are, while still looking for opportunities for maximization within the city. We did hear also on the pricing part that what I believe I heard, and I would love to be corrected if I'm wrong on that the overall sentiment was not only cost recovery, but a little bit of profit on that. believe I heard.
I think the variability, what I heard was we'll look at pricing options that are legally and policy compliant, and we'll present those options back to the city council, and they can make a decision.
Okay.
That was a perfect hearing. Yeah,
I'll
thank you.
take that. Very well. And reach out on the grant to see if anything could be done and to expedite what is possible outside of the infrastructure cost on that.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that summary. Thank you for all of your time and all of your hard work. We really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone who came in the audience and sat through till almost, 11:05. So thank you so much. And if we want to wrap up with some quick liaison reports, anyone? Councilmember Shorsman?
I'll just mention that I think at least 3 of us, maybe more, attended the Arbor Day celebration, which was since our last council meeting. It seems like it was longer ago than that to me, but it was only less than 2 weeks ago. Great event, lots of people. I helped raffle off some trees, good stuff, lots of fun.
Yeah, that was a good time, and I really appreciate Anthony Whipple and Greg Cruz and all the rest of the staff and volunteers. Also, the Central Coast Economic Forecast, I think 4 of us were there Friday the 4th, and that was very interesting. As mentioned by City Manager, housing is key to our climate and to our economy. And then I just wanted to thank everyone who came out in the community, in the city, in the county, in the state, and exercised their right to vote. And congratulations to all of the candidates that we'll get to work with in the future. Anyone else? Okay, then I'll see all of you at the council closed session meeting tomorrow, the 16th. Yay. All right, well, good night, everybody.